Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of our summit. Thanks to those of you who braved the elements to get here on time. Kind of half expected this when I saw the weather forecast, so probably have a lot of people actually online. But that will not deter us. We will forge ahead. So just real briefly before I introduce our opening speaker, there are no fire drills planned for today, no planned emergency tests or anything like that. And we're not anticipating another national test of the emergency broadcast system at 1:20, so shouldn't have to worry about that again today. But if you do hear an alarm or something like that, there are muster points, which I mentioned yesterday, out the back doors towards the street and then out the front door towards the fountain. Obviously, if it's raining, then keep going across the plaza, right, into the Jones School of Business. But just want you to be aware of that. And again, the restrooms are behind me, men's to my left, women's to my right. So with that, without further ado, I want to go ahead and introduce our first speaker. Glenn Wright is Senior Vice President of Shell Renewables Energy Solutions for the Americas and President CEO of Shell New Energies US. He has many years of leadership and executive management experience in energy, renewables, commodity markets. Very accomplished individual, to say the least. Chemical engineering background. He has a bachelor's from Georgia Tech, has been very active as a Georgia Tech alum, and a PhD from the University of Texas. Believe you graduated, I'm not going to give that away, should I, right? Early 90s, that's where I'll stop, but he's actually done quite well, and I'm really pleased to have him join me on stage today. He is going to start from the podium, make a few opening remarks, and then join me in a conversation. As was the case yesterday, there are question cards in your chairs. If you have a question, write it down and send it to the side, and they'll be walked up to me, and we can get to those questions as we move through the conversation. With that, Glenn?
Thank you so much, Ken, for the introduction. It's a pleasure to be here at the Baker Institute and to have an opportunity to engage on such important topics that are relevant and exceedingly important to our time. We live in a very, very dynamic world. We recently experienced a global pandemic with COVID. Putin's war persists in Ukraine and is having profound impacts on countries and economies and peoples far removed from the conflict itself. And on top of that, global demand for energy is rising, driven by a growing population which has expectations of rising living standards. By 2050, the number of people on the planet is forecast to be 9 billion or more. That's nearly 2 billion more people than exist on the planet today. Experts agree that global energy demand is likely to be twice. We're going to get a little extra energy today. Is likely to double by 2050 as compared to demand in the year 2000. And at the same time, tackling climate change has never been more important. Society must address both the urgent need and challenge for more energy while simultaneously ensuring that that energy is cleaner. The energy must be secure, it must be affordable, it must, as I said, be cleaner. For the energy transition to happen at pace, people must experience in some way the economic, social, and environmental benefits of the changes that are to come. The energy future, as I said, absolutely must be cleaner, and everybody must move forward together. We need unprecedented collaboration for the world to reach net zero. To achieve this, from my company's perspective, our business plans must change. We must find ways to profitably decarbonize, and I can't emphasize that enough. We aim to decarbonize, but we must do so profitably. And we must work closely with others in new ways because we can only reach net zero if society reaches it too. This includes working with our customers and across sectors to transform the energy system. So let me just share a few words about who we are and what we do. Now, beyond Shell as producer, refiner, and supplier, activities for which we are well known and we've participated in for some time, beyond these roles, Shell is one of the largest energy trading organizations in the world. Our trading arm is one of the largest natural gas and electricity wholesalers in the United States. It markets natural gas, wholesale and retail power, environmental products, and risk management solutions. Our U.S. gas and power trading business has natural gas volumes of 9.4 billion cubic feet per day, and it boasts 300 million megawatt hours of annual wholesale and retail sales. It consistently ranks as one of the continent's top 3 power and gas marketers, and Shell Energy manages more than 8 gigawatts of power generation across North America, approximately 40% of that coming from renewable resources like wind and solar. In 2021, Shell Energy acquired a company called Savion, which is a solar and battery energy storage developer. We did this in order to bring renewables directly to market. And in 2022, we launched a residential retail business here in Texas. So now you can buy your energy for your home from us as well. Of all the ways that our global energy system will transform in the years ahead, perhaps the most profound change will occur in the power sector because electricity is far and away the easiest energy source to decarbonize. Every energy-consuming sector, which is everybody, from road transport to home and commercial heating and cooling to manufacturing and major industrial processes, is actively pursuing electrification in some fashion. It is therefore poised to be the fastest growing area in the energy sector. So with those brief comments, Ken, I think I'll join you and we can have a conversation.
Well, Glenn, thank you for those remarks. The background on Shell and its role in the United States actually is always eye-opening. I have a selfish question to ask you, though, because I see some of my students in the audience, and this is something that every time I have the ability to ask this question of somebody who's as accomplished as you are, they get a lot out of it. Can you share a little bit about your path to where you are today?
Absolutely. So, as you mentioned earlier, my background is I'm a chemical engineer by training, and I also have an MBA. And I soon discovered that as much as I like the technology, and I am a geek at heart, I love the technology, I really do. But I found that I also have a passion for business. And so I made that transition to business. I can say ultimately, my philosophy about my career has been to pursue my passion. I never, ever took a job simply to climb the ladder. In every instance, when I saw an opportunity, it was an opportunity that I said, this looks fascinating and interesting to me. And I firmly believe that when you have a passion about what you do, you will do it better. And when you do it better, you have the opportunity to succeed because people will recognize your work and will reward you for it. And so my path is somewhat circuitous. I started in Shell as a research engineer. I moved to in our chemicals business as a strategy manager. I left Shell for about 5-6 years. My timing wasn't great. I went to work for Enron, but that was my introduction to gas and power trading. And I learned a lot in those years.
Sure.
I learned a lot. And it was a challenging time, but I learned quite a lot, especially from the bankruptcy that followed, because I survived the bankruptcy for a year, and I learned a lot in that process. I've done a lot of big structured transactions. When I rejoined Shell, I did mergers, acquisitions, and divestments, strategy. I joined our lubricants organization for a time. And then in 2008, I joined our trading organization, and I was there for about 13, 14 years, ultimately leading the trading organization for gas and power in the Americas. And now I moved to this role, and I moved to this role mostly because it was time for a bit of a change, but I wanted to leverage my background in power and gas trading, and this was a great place to do it. And I'm helping Shell in this role. I like to regard what I do as the tip of the spear as we transition and move more into the renewable energy space with Shell.
So before I get into a few of the points that you raised in your remarks, first of all, that's fascinating. Hopefully all of y'all are listening, my students out there, follow your passion. That's really a great, very sage advice. You mentioned being the tip of the spear. Shell has recently, just to be blunt, received some negative press about some of the announcement that the CEO's made, and it's been viewed as a sort of return to oil and gas. Can you talk a little bit about that and maybe clarify exactly what's going on?
Absolutely. So our strategy is we power progress by providing more and cleaner energy solutions. Sometimes I like to say we serve society by providing more and cleaner energy solutions. As I said a moment ago, the demand for energy is rising, it's increasing, and we need to decarbonize to ensure that the world is fit for life. So our strategy is clear. It hasn't changed. Our purpose is clear. I like to convert that purpose, that strategy, into the action, which is deliver more value with less emissions. That's fundamentally what we're trying to do, deliver more value with less emissions. In order for that to be our reality, it's imperative that what we do is both economically viable, socially acceptable, and environmentally sustainable. Those are the three legs to the stool. If any one of those legs fails, the solution fails. And so our aim, as I said a moment ago, is to continue our work and to decarbonize profitably. Now, some ways that we do that, for instance, is we look at our energy parks, our chemical and energy parks, and we're repurposing the footprint of those parks to deliver lower carbon solutions. That's a key way that we address it. In my business, we will continue to invest in power opportunities, but we will do so in areas and spaces where it makes economic sense to do so and where we are incentivized to do so. So again, the purpose and the approach has not changed. The focus on how we deliver to ensure that we're doing it in a way that is sustainable economically, socially, and environmentally is absolutely core.
So just to kind of summarize basically what you're saying, you mentioned profitable decarbonization. That's effectively what you're talking about. That makes perfect sense because any firm that's not able to generate a return to either equity or debt isn't going to be around very long.
That's exactly right.
So it makes whatever venture they're pursuing not sustainable by definition. There has been a significant shift in the incentive landscape, let's call it, right? With the IIJA, CHIPS Act, IRA probably being the one that was the most contentious on Capitol Hill, but passing evenly on party lines. But it has, without a doubt, been transformative in terms of the signal it's sent to the types of investments that firms can make. Can you dive in a little bit to discuss how these types of policy initiatives, because the U.S. is not unique, there are other things going on in other places around the world, but specific to the U.S., how they're actually impacting Shell's behavior, and then maybe go a little bit deeper and talk about regulation?
Yes.
Because the regulatory landscape is equally important in defining what is ultimately profitable.
Absolutely, absolutely. So to your point, the Inflation Reduction Act was a bit contentious, but it has profound impact. And I think it has impact in a number of ways. On the one hand, it does incentivize more renewables. That's clear. Won't delve into that too much, but I think that's pretty clear. But it also does other things. It actually incentivizes markets, and I'll talk about that in a little more detail in a moment. And ultimately, it encourages what I view as right behavior in regards to energy security, and I'll delve into that a bit more as well. So let's talk about first just the notion of markets for a moment and why we find it attractive. One of the features of the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, is that it offers the opportunity for one to take production tax credits or investment tax credits and to basically sell those. Now, why is that useful? The benefit is that it's a more efficient way if you don't have tax capacity as the developer. It's a more efficient way to get the benefit than entering into perhaps tax equity structures. Doesn't really matter what they are. Let's just say it's a more efficient way to do it, and it gives you the opportunity to do it in a market type construct. It's a bilateral exchange. Yeah? So that's a useful way to encourage development. It also offers opportunities for us to think about how we secure, in some respects, our supply chains that support our energy security, because it encourages and motivates us to use local content, to encourage apprenticeships, to develop skill sets, so that we can actually develop many of these opportunities, renewable opportunities, onshore. Now, what do I mean when I say that? Let me go back for a moment just to this notion of security, energy security, and then tie these together. From an energy security perspective, I think the US is well positioned. In 2019, we became the largest producer of oil and gas. 19% of oil, 23% of natural gas globally. That's massive. And that was the first time in 62 years that we became a net exporter of energy. Yeah? We have abundant resource from coast to coast, whether sun, solar, geothermal, you name it, hydro. But having the resource is insufficient. You have to be able to harness the resource. And to harness the resource requires technological innovation, and it requires right infrastructure, and it requires right supply chains. And so the IRA, in some respects, helps with regard to enhancing our supply chains, right? By creating more local content, by encouraging development of people and their skill sets to produce things onshore. So that's a connection that people don't always make, but it's a really valuable connection. So it's actually done quite a lot in this regard. From a net zero emissions perspective, it's clear, again, it encourages us to bring forward technologies that enhance and deliver lower carbon solutions. So that's really clearly positive. But I would say the other thing, lastly, that getting kind of to the regulatory point you were making, the last thing I think it does is it encourages us to think about how regulation promotes private participation. If I think about where we want to make investments, I like to make investments in places where I have access to markets, right? That's important. Access to markets is important because I'm a proponent of competition. I'm a proponent of free markets. In the US, we have liberalized markets, we have non-liberalized markets, and therefore, access to markets is really important. It encourages competition, it encourages innovation, it encourages ingenuity, it encourages a number of things that drive right outcomes. It's better, in my view, for consumers, whether business or residential consumers. They all benefit, but that requires good market design as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, again, the IRA and these types of things encourage movement in this direction, in my view. And I think it's all to the good, it's all very positive. So that gives you a sense of where we stand.
So just sort of following on from market design, we've been talking about that here for a long time, right? When you look at the current landscape in the United States specifically, what do you see as potential impediments to really realizing the full benefit of some of the recent legislation, and what might you suggest change?
Yeah. So market design is not trivial. It's not easy. We have a number of designs in the power business or in the power space. You have ERCOT's approach, you have PJM's approach, you have CAISO's approach. They're all a little different. It's not trivial, but it is important because, again, we are proponents of competition, and this gives access and encourages competition. I think a number of things need to happen in order for us to continue to advance, though. Number one is we have to think about reform in terms of access to interconnections, transmission reform, access reform. And FERC Order 2023 starts to help us in this regard. The rules are still unfolding. How this will play out will continue to unfold, but it will encourage and allow quicker access to bring renewables online. I think that's really important. So that's one thing I would suggest comes out of the effort. We also need to ensure that the market design encourages resource adequacy. We can encourage, certainly, the development of renewables, but it's important that these assets are located in right places at the right time. So we need the right types of assets as well. As we see more and more renewables come on the stream, we need more and more resources that can provide ancillary services that can help firm those renewables and ensure that the grid continues to operate. So resource adequacy in the right places, the right types in the right places. Certainly access in terms of, or reform in terms of interconnection and things of this nature, which will encourage faster development. These are key things that I think we could start to address.
That raises a really important point, and we've been doing a lot of work specifically focused on ERCOT, which has tremendous amount of renewable penetration. And it's been interesting to watch how investment has unfolded in capacity. It's been very heavily focused on renewables, but that's raising some stress points on the grid.
Absolutely.
Which we kind of realized very forcefully this summer with some of the conservation alerts. But I think if you approach it in a coordinated way, kind of like the way you're laying it out, then some of the public opposition to continued renewable growth that we're starting to see might fade because it becomes less of an issue if you're actually compensating backup capacity appropriately as well.
Absolutely. I mean, you rightly pointed out that we have a lot of renewables here in Texas. Many people who are outside of Texas don't appreciate that. We are the largest wind energy producing state in the nation. In fact, the next three largest combined don't equal our generation capacity. So it's a huge, huge benefit that we enjoy. And it's a benefit we enjoy actually because, 10, 15 years ago, people had the notion that we need to have transmission from the west into highly populated areas, right? So the population centers are Houston, Dallas-Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio. But a lot of the wind resource and solar resources in the west. You've got to get it from where it is to where people consume it. And so that foresight actually is what allowed and encouraged this sort of reality. But to your point, now that we've gotten this, do we have the right sort of resources, sufficient resources, to firm? Because there are times when wind generation can be as much as 50% of the generation at any given moment on the grid. That has to be firmed at times, right? So we've got to know that we have the right sort of resources, whether it's gas-fired generation, whether it's battery energy storage, you name it. We need to have resources that can firm because each of us has the expectation that when we hit the light switch, whether it's in the middle of the night or not, we expect the light to come on. And solar won't do that.
That's right,
Yeah.
So there's another issue you raised, and I'm going to shift gears a little bit to talk about energy security. And as I'm asking this question, if you have a question that you want, hold your cue card up and somebody will come around and get it and bring it up to me. Energy security. You dove into that a little bit. Certainly the global energy landscape has reinvigorated efforts around energy security. I think those two words were lost on a lot of people prior to this, a year and a half ago, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But it has certainly reinstilled efforts to promote security and more generally reliable energy services at an affordable rate, right? I guess the question fundamentally that I have for you is, do we have to pick between clean and secure, or is there a path where you can do both at the same time?
I think when it comes to energy security, we must do both. We need security and we need decarbonization. We need both. As I said a moment ago, it's from a security perspective, we're well positioned with regard to resource, but harnessing that resource is really, really critical, it's important. We have to have the right sort of technology, and that may require in some instances nearshoring, friendshoring, onshoring to secure our supply chains. Because again, it's not enough to have the resource, we have to be able to harness that resource, we have to be able to use that resource. And so that's an important part. And then going back again to the decarbonization portion, again, I talked a bit about the fact that we need to use resources and encourage resources that are clean. But we also have to have the will to pursue the effort. If we are to see decarbonization occur in the way that we'd like, it requires unprecedented coordination. Yeah. Coordination between federal government, between local government, between state government. It requires a change in the way we think about how we produce energy, how we make it, whether it's production or generation, how we move it, transportation or transmission, and how we monetize it, consumption. All of these things have to change. But again, perhaps the most important thing is the will to do this. And when I say the will to do it, what I mean by that is, it reminds me a little bit of the speech President John F. Kennedy gave in 1961 when he stood before Congress and said, by the end of the decade, we should commit to put a man on the moon and return him safely to Earth, on the moon and safe return. And then in the following year, in 1962, he was here at Rice University, and he continued that and said, we do these things not because they are easy, but because they are hard. And what he meant when he said that very simply was, right, doing hard things encourages us to be creative, innovative, to really call on our ingenuity. And by the way, when he gave that speech, a Gallup poll indicated that 60% of Americans were not in favor of doing it. So it also requires the will to move in this direction because we think it's the right thing to do.
Right.
Yeah. So that's what I think about when it comes to security and decarbonization. We need both, and there are paths to both.
So there's some really good questions that came up here. I'm going to ask one before I dive into a couple of these. And sorry if I can't get to everybody's questions, but time is a constraint. You've mentioned coordination. You've mentioned supply chain several times. And that naturally begs a follow-on question, which is, what is Shell doing to promote a collaborative atmosphere and really promote the development of that coordination that's required to get some of these new supply chains fully developed and off the ground?
So our philosophy generally when it comes to decarbonization is that in order for us to achieve our objective of scope 1, 2, and 3 net zero emissions, it's imperative that we partner with our customers. And we partner with our customers, we partner with sectors by focusing on sectors and thinking about not within that sector, what are the right solutions that we can bring to bear. I'll use a simple example. This isn't so much a supply chain example, but it's indicative of the way we think about it. For those who live here in Houston, you may recognize that we have Shell Energy Stadium. We sponsor the Dynamo on the Dash. Now, the Dynamo on the Dash look to have their carbon footprint, and our aim is to help them do so. So how do we do that? Well, number one, we say, look, what we want to do with you is we want to first help you to avoid emissions, because if you don't consume energy, you don't create emissions, so we install high-efficiency LED lighting. Yeah. The second thing we do is say, well, we want to help you generate, so we're installing solar array on the rooftop, so you can create energy on site. And we will complement that with 100% renewable electricity. And then we will monitor how you use energy on site so we can continue to look at ways to make life more efficient for you in terms of energy consumption. And lastly, we'll install on-site charge stations for EV charging. My point in sharing this is that our approach, whether it's supply chain or whether it's customer, from one end to the next, our approach is to partner in ways that are effective, that benefit both parties and help both achieve their objectives. Supply chain generally is a non-trivial space. It's a very complicated space. But it's all about partnering to find ways that are mutually beneficial to both parties to engage in the activity. And that's the sort of approach that we take.
Very good. So I'm going to get into a couple of these questions, probably only two in the interest of time, but there's a few that directly relate to hydrogen.
Okay.
There is a lot of interest in hydrogen development. This has been spawned by the IIJA. Of course, the IRA has provisions that are still subject to some guidance with regard to how they're actually captured. But could you comment a little bit on Shell's strategy towards hydrogen and making it actually a larger, maybe more viable commodity market, and what sort of research is going on within Shell to promote this?
So we, as most know, there are various shades of hydrogen: blue hydrogen, gray hydrogen, you name it, green hydrogen. And Shell actually owns about 10% of the world's capacity on electrolyzers. We are building in Europe Holland Hydrogen 1, which is a 200 megawatt hydrolyzer. So we are dedicated to continuing to develop in this space. We think hydrogen is an important energy source for the future, and for natural, obvious reasons. It is, when burned, it's clean. So we are dedicated to continuing to investigate and to and do research in this space to advance this area. It is an area of promise, though we don't quite know exactly how ultimately the hydrogen economy will completely evolve. But it is an area of importance to us, and this is why we continue to invest in it.
Okay. And I'll finish with one final question, which I think is a good one to end on, particularly given everything you've said. But from Shell's perspective, and I think it's important, it would be great also if you could just kind of comment on what Shell's footprint is in the global energy landscape, because I think sometimes people see super major and they think you produce half the world's oil and half the world's gas, but I think that's just a point of rationalization that's valuable. But what do you see as the most exciting opportunity on the horizon?
Wow. So we do a lot of things. As I've said, when I think about what we do, we're committed to supplying the energy that the world needs today while building the energy systems of tomorrow. And it's the building of the energy systems of tomorrow that I think is the really fun place that we play. We talked a bit about hydrogen. That's a key area. We talked a bit about CCUS. Well, we haven't talked about it, but we're investigating, and we do that as well. We have 2 operating CCUS, and we have 10 projects in various places around the world, again, dedicated to reducing emissions by sequestering carbon. We look at things like immersion cooling. As you know, for those who are familiar with data centers, they consume a lot of energy. And if you can reduce the footprint, the energy footprint of a data center, and using immersion cooling can often do it by like 45%, it has huge implications to emissions and how we pursue net zero emissions for the future. So it's through pursuing these technology approaches and models that we are having really positive impact. There's a lot of work to be done, but it is, in my view, maybe I'm a bit biased. After all, I do lead the renewables business in the Americas. Maybe I'm a bit biased. But I think this is the most exciting thing that we're doing because it is the way we realize that portion of our strategy to provide cleaner energy solutions for the future. And yes, to your earlier point, we are large, but if you look at the independent large energy providers today, the private ones, it's a relatively modest position we have relative to global production of energy. It's quite modest. So we're large, but we have to be very focused and thoughtful about where we invest to get the outcomes that we think will benefit not only our shareholders, our customers, our employees, but also society.
Excellent. Glenn, thank you for joining me up here, and everybody join me in thanking Glenn.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Good morning, everyone. Are we ready to get started? Good morning. My name is Clint Rancher, and I'm a corporate partner at Baker Botts in Houston. I'm delighted to be here today. The panel that I'll be moderating this morning is entitled The Levers of Policy and Finance. And joining me on the stage this morning are the Honorable Dan Brouillette, who is CEO-elect of the Edison Electric Institute and a former U.S. Secretary of Energy. Michael Lamont is the Senior Managing Director of Guggenheim Securities. And Jennifer Stewart is a Director of Climate and ESG Policy at the American Petroleum Institute. Edward Herring of Tailwater Capital sends his regrets. He was delayed by the weather in Dallas this morning. So our panel is ambitious. The levers of policy and finance, that's a lot to take on in an hour. But in speaking with the panelists this morning and before the event, several themes emerged that we're going to focus on today that I think fit with what we've been discussing over the last 2 days. First, there's a critical need for regulatory speed and certainty as a prerequisite to capital investment. Second, the Inflation Reduction Act generally, and specifically what some perceive as a disparity between supply-side stimulus and demand or offtake. And finally, the continued role of fossil fuels in an orderly transition. So still a lot to take on, but we're going to do our best. Jennifer, let's get started with you. The Inflation Reduction Act funds flow through more than a dozen different federal agencies. In your view, which ones are getting it right?
Well, when you think about from the oil and gas perspective, our members are primarily the two drivers for our industry are the 45V and 45Q tax credits for permanent carbon sequestration and for hydrogen production. And so when you think of the agencies for us that touch these, primarily to me, there may be more, the IRS, EPA, and Department of Energy, DOE. And who's getting it right, in my view, is without a doubt DOE, because they are the ones responsible for the development of these technologies. When I say responsible, I'm meaning they're the ones who are charged, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but in my view, are charged with advancing this technology. And so what I see from what the DOE is doing right now, they're heavily engaged with our industry, with members from our industry. It's very much an open door back and forth. It's very much a constructive dialogue with members of DOE asking for feedback and then getting feedback back and forth, an iterative process, if you will. They're responsible for distributing either by grants or loans hundreds of billions of dollars over time, over years. And so they're incented to do it effectively and to do it the right way. And my perception, I'm based in Houston, but my perception on Capitol Hill is that they're very much doing it the right way. You see individuals, political staff of DOE out and about constantly sharing the message of what they're trying to do. So who's got like a B minus, C plus in my view, and in our members' view, I believe, is EPA, and that goes to the regulatory issue. In that, in order for this bipartisan bill to be effective, in order for the current administration's goals to be effective, there has to be a permitting process in place that allows what I call the steel to go into the ground. If you can't get a permit to permanently sequester carbon in what's called a Class 6 well for 6 years, which is about where the EPA has been. They have a goal now of 2, but historically it's been 6 years. That time frame doesn't work for anybody. It doesn't work for the current administration. It doesn't work for our climate. It doesn't work for investors. It doesn't work for the citizens of the United States that will depend on this to decarbonize the U.S. So that's where I think falling a little bit short. And then an A for effort would be the IRS, because you scratch your heads, it's like, what role does the IRS have in this? Well, think about the IRS now having to determine, for carbon sequestration, you get a credit under 45Q, but it's only if you sequester so many tons of carbon. Well, how is the IRS say you're an IRS auditor and you come in and how are you going to, and a company claims a very large credit, how do you audit that credit? How are you, an IRS auditor, going to validate how much carbon was actually sequestered? So when you get right down to the tactical application of this, sometimes in theory is fantastic, but when career staff have to administer these rules, it becomes difficult. Same thing with 45V, the hydrogen credit. How do you only get a credit if on a well to gate perspective, you have a certain carbon intensity for hydrogen. That is a concept that the smartest scientists in the United States right now cannot agree on, how you compute that life cycle analysis number, that carbon intensity number, hydrogen. So how is the IRS supposed to understand that? So, but to their credit, they're trying to learn, they're coming up to speed, and they're being very constructive as well.
Michael, I want to get your thoughts in a minute on some of the speed aspects of what Jennifer was talking about, but I can't ask a question like that without letting Dan weigh in.
Thank you for putting me on the spot. Well, first, thank you for hosting today, and thank you for the opportunity to be here, and thank you to Rice University and the Baker Institute. Ken Medlock's out there somewhere. for putting on these types of events, because I do find them incredibly valuable to have these conversations on a routine basis. I don't disagree with a lot of what you said. I think the DOE is doing as good a job as they can, given the way the statute is constructed. And what I mean by that is, for instance, a loan program office. I think they would love to, issue more loans. I think they would like to be more aggressive in the marketplace. But there are things like domestic content rules that they have to abide by. Or, part of that statute says that these things have to be, the technologies, at least partially, have to be developed here in the United States. And, as we look at things like solar and some of the other technologies, they're simply not available here. So you can't make the loan. So I think they're doing as good a job as they can, given the way the statute is written. That being said, I do agree that they're being very aggressive in meeting with the industry, which I appreciate. And I point to things like the hydrogen councils that were established. In my previous role at Sempra Infrastructure here in Houston, Texas, we had numerous meetings with the DOE to talk about hydrogen, the technology itself, its potential use in the natural gas industry. We spent a lot of time talking to them about the construction of these councils, how to think about these issues. They were very open to those conversations, so I applaud them for that. I still think that there is much work to be done, however. If I were to grade the agencies, I would agree with you. I think EPA is probably less aggressive, perhaps. Maybe they're, if I could step into the political world a little bit more, I think they're a little bit more ideological about what they want to do with some of these programs. Keep in mind the DOE is at its heart a science agency. So, when you're thinking and talking to them, they're coming at you primarily as scientists, not as political actors. I can't say that for the other agencies. I agree with you completely about the technical expertise in other places like the IRS. I think they have set up an interagency policy process to allow that education to occur. I can't speak to how robust it is or how effective it is. I can tell you when I was secretary, I spent many, many, many hours talking to either other cabinet secretaries who wanted to know how to implement a certain rule or how to abide by a statute. The IRS was not part of that conversation. I can't recall a single conversation I had with the administrator or the commissioners at the IRS. I hope they're doing that today, because it's very, very important for the industry.
Dan, just a quick follow-up. Are the agencies scaled to administer the IRA, both from a manpower perspective and a critical skills perspective in your view?
No. I think the short answer to that is no. I think they're fine people. I think that they are, their heart's in the right place. They want to, abide by the direction of Congress. There's a number of challenges right now. I think, in a post-pandemic world, a post-COVID world, we're not seeing the efficiency or the productivity that we saw prior to the pandemic. I think the absolute numbers of hires, the absolute number of people in the agencies is appropriate and fine, but they face the same challenges that we all face in the private sector. Remote work is fine, hybrid work is fine to the extent that you're maintaining some efficiency and some productivity. I think the question is still, it's out there as to whether or not that's happening. We're seeing on things like LNG export authorizations, for instance, out of DOE, the average time to get the permit approved, to get your authorization approved, is somewhere north of 500 days now. And that's after you've received a final order from FERC. That's after you've done the environmental impact statement, after the NEPA analysis has been done. It still takes roughly 500 days to get that permit, that export authorization out of the DOE. I don't know that there's a rational answer for that, other than that people are just simply not being productive.
And I'll add a quick anecdote to that. We met recently with the members and API. API convened a meeting with EPA's Class 6 office, their UIC office, which is responsible for permitting these permanent carbon sequestration wells. And we voiced our concerns about the length of time to get permits, and they said, we can't hire people. They just said, we hear you. I mean, they were very congenial and nice. They said, we hear you. We cannot hire people. Everyone is looking for that same skill set. Reservoir engineers, geologists, facilities engineers, structural engineers, chemists, we all want the same people right now. And if you're a geologist or a chemical engineer or a structural engineer and you have a choice of employers, the EPA might not be your number one choice. And they're they said, and they came back to us, do you have any ideas? Can you help us, recruit people? So that gave me hope that it wasn't for lack of trying by career staff, but it's just the reality today.
Yeah, I think the career staff are genuinely trying to get this done. It's just challenging. I can tell you, one of my largest challenges ever as secretary was labor inside of places like Oak Ridge, Tennessee. I mean, if you think about where Oak Ridge, Tennessee is, it's right outside of Knoxville. Who's seen the movie Oppenheimer, by the way? If you haven't seen it, go see it. It's fantastic. Nice history of DOE. But if you think about Oak Ridge and where it is, it's in a somewhat rural part of the country. It houses many of the nuclear warheads that we use to recycle materials to create new warheads. Finding a nuclear welder in Oak Ridge, Tennessee is a bit challenging. Finding 10 of them is almost impossible. So you end up, with shortages and work stoppages, and the money starts to accumulate in the budgets, and then Congress calls you up and says, why aren't you spending the money? What are you doing? And sometimes they just miss that simple point. It's not as if I could snap my fingers and take Oak Ridge out of Tennessee and put it in Houston, Texas. I mean, that would be a political uproar, right? I can't do that. So I'm stuck trying to find or recruit nuclear welders and other certified, specialty trades into places like Oak Ridge, which is a great place to live, by the way. But nonetheless, you're competing with Southern Company, who's building a huge nuclear facility not far away, Plant Vogtle. You've got competition in the marketplace with the private sector, and that just makes it very, very challenging. But it is not for a lack of want and a lack of trying.
I want to turn just and talk about finance for a second, but first, what you said reminded me of actually a book that I was required to read in high school. A historian, Richard Hofstadter, wrote a book called The American Political Tradition. And in it, he described the Constitution, and I think by extension our form of government, as a harmonious system of mutual frustration, which incidentally describes my relationship with my kids. But I think that quote speaks to the deliberation with which the government moves. And Michael, when we were speaking earlier this week, as you memorably put it, money moves at the speed of light, at the touch of a button. And so you have this built-in anachronism between the very deliberate government speed and the speed at which capital needs to be invested or can be invested. So I guess, Michael, what level of regulatory certainty does private capital look for before it makes an investment?
So thanks for the question. Again, thank you for the Baker Institute for having me on the panel. As an investment bank, our role in these types of processes and projects is really twofold. One, we provide strategic advisory to our corporate clients who are looking to make investments and take advantage of stimulus programs like the IRA. And then two, help raise capital around them to de-risk the funding of such projects. With respect to speed, it has been interesting to see that capital has formed very quickly. The largest infrastructure funds in the world have raised over $165 billion of fresh capital since the IRA that is callable and ready to deploy. And that number continues to grow. It's easier to raise today than it is to deploy at scale. In terms of actually getting that money to go to work, the two gating factors that we've seen are first, permitting, for example, with carbon capture and sequestration projects. It's very difficult to get capital, infrastructure capital to commit ahead of a permit, Class 6 permit, not just being filed, but actually approved. So we have a lot of clients that are in this limbo stage where they've already talked to a capital provider, everybody's sort of ready to go, but nobody wants to actually commit that money and have it tied up with so much uncertainty because the meter starts running once it actually gets committed. The other is it's not so much of a regulatory certainty point, but it comes back to the point that you made about the supply stimulus versus the demand incentives. Capital wants offtake. They want to make sure that whether you're producing hydrogen or building a CCS project that you have an ultimate consumer for that hydrogen or an emitter that's going to commit to the capture to ultimately support the investment in the sequestration project.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit, because I think that's one of the major themes that we had talked about in some of our preparation. How do we produce offtake or stimulate offtake? We have, Jennifer, I guess to your point, a lot of incentive to put steel in the ground. How do we handle the other side of the equation?
Yeah, we talked about this when we were preparing for the panel, is that the IRA really is the envy of the rest of the world, in that you can see the effects of it already. You can see the effects, the talk about the investment in hydrogen, carbon capture. Those are the two that I focus on, but there's many others within the IRA. But what the IRA did is it provided a carrot for supply. So folks are incented, or organizations are incented to invest in these technologies, but there's no incent on the demand side. There's neither a carrot nor a stick in U.S. policy today on the demand side. So yes, you are incented under the IRA and 45E to produce hydrogen, but where is the market for that? Where's the incentive for industry or other whatever industrial processes to use hydrogen, whether it be for fuel or other purposes? You're not seeing that so much. Similarly with carbon capture. So you're incented, ironically, you're incented more to permanently sequester carbon right now under the IRA than you are to reuse it, to take that carbon and transform it into something else that can be then used. So that's a form of permanent sequestration, right, if the carbon gets transformed into another type of product. But the credit under 45Q right now is substantially less than it is for permanent sequestration. So there's not a lot of demand for carbon that you would sequester other than it being permanently stored.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think, as I look around across the world too, when I was heading up Center for Infrastructure here at Houston, the other dynamic in the marketplace is that there's no premium for a green product. So as we talked about LNG around the world, customers were obviously interested in what you would do with the infrastructure, for instance, long term. Europeans in particular, we would have conversations around the term stranded assets. If we invest in this project in Houston, Texas, or Port Arthur, what's going to happen to it 10 years from now, 15 years from now, 20 years from now? Can it be used for hydrogen? Can it be used for other purposes? Well, those things cost money if you're going to do that. And to obtain some sort of premium for a greener molecule in the marketplace, I don't think it exists even to this day. I know it didn't exist a year ago, but it certainly didn't exist then. I don't think it exists now. So there's not really an incentive to develop that kind of infrastructure, or develop that type of project right now. And until we get a little further along in the technology of hydrogen, my view is we're not going to see it in the marketplace very soon. Not outside of its more traditional uses. I know the fertilizer folks and others are doing a lot of great work there, but I don't see it in the transport industry. I don't see it in the blending of natural gas industry anytime in the very near future, perhaps 10, 15 years from now, but not today.
Yeah, to that point, we are seeing demand for hydrogen, cleaner hydrogen in the ammonia industry, and the majority of projects that have been announced and that are advancing are mostly blue ammonia projects. And in addition to ammonia for the fertilizer market, because if you think about how ammonia is currently produced, using natural gas and an SMR, a steam methane reformer, it's actually a relatively pure CO2 emission stream coming off the SMR. So the economic cost of transitioning that asset to a cleaner form of production through the 45Q, you can actually make money with the tax credit. So that's been the incentive for that industry to move forward and green up, if you will, but absolutely there's no premium. And I don't see farmers around the world stepping up to pay a premium for a cleaner product either. The one sort of new market that we are seeing emerge for ammonia and blue ammonia is in coal-fired blending in places like Japan and Korea. The Japanese utilities have done a lot of good work on blending ammonia with coal, pulverized coal, and determined that you can really blend up to about 20% without much modification to a facility or risk of more toxic emissions like NOx that would come from that type of blend. And there's about a 1-for-1 correlation between the blend rate and the emissions reduction. So a 20% blend, you're getting about a 20% CO2 reduction without much loss in the thermal capacity of that coal-fired unit. So it will be interesting to see whether that, and I'd be curious to get your views on this, Dan, whether that effort is going to be temporary, a bridge to pure hydrogen types of power generation, or whether it ends up actually being a life extender for those coal assets in the coal fleet in Asia.
Yeah, it's a hard question. I mean, I think it partially depends upon the economic growth of that, of that area, or the service area in which that plant is located. If demand, the challenge with hydrogen, as we know, is that it's not quite as efficient as some of these other, fuel sources. So to go to 100% hydrogen with extraordinary, economic growth and without some advancements in the technology, you're still going to be short energy. You're still going to be, short. The lights are going to go off at some point. So at this point in time, I think it's going to be efforts like what we see in Japan, where it's a blended effort, reducing the emissions. That seems to be a primary goal of not only the companies, but the governments around the world. And I applaud the Japanese for what they're doing. I did get an opportunity to visit one of the coal facilities that was using some of these technologies. It was another facility as well using super ultra critical coal. And the emissions coming off of that facility were actually a little bit less than some of the older gas plants that we see here in the United States, natural gas plants. So I mean, that's remarkable that you're able to do that in a coal-fired plant, a thermal plant. So, I think that is a good interim step, or a good, for lack of a better word, transitional step to perhaps some newer technologies down the road. But at this point in time, I don't see hydrogen completely replacing any of the fuel sources, not 100% anyway. Yeah. I could be wrong, but that's my view.
Speaking of fuel source replacement, I want to ask a question that was submitted by the audience. Michael, this goes to something you and I talked about at dinner the other night. Are there any improvements in the regulatory time for nuclear energy? So we spoke about that as a potential alternative and how far the technology has advanced. Do you want to talk a little bit about that?
I'll let the policy experts talk to the policy side, but our firm does a lot of work in advanced nuclear. We took NuScale public through a de-SPAC process, and very focused on the benefits of fourth generation nuclear technology. And it's, we're actually very frustrated that the market is just not taking it up as quickly as frankly it should. The idea that it costs $1 billion and takes 10 years just to get a permit is ridiculous. It's a major, major gate to see this type of technology deployed. So safe, reliable, scalable, those are all major features of new advanced nuclear technology. And I think it's really going to be critical for baseload clean electrons in the future. We just need to find a pathway to get it into the market.
Agree. I think I was excited by the announcements that happened right here, as a matter of fact, in Texas, between X Energy and Dow Chemical. I know it's a different company. I apologize for that, but I do think that
I do think them too. So.
Oh, good, excellent. I didn't step in it too badly. But no, I applaud what NuScale has been doing, and we work closely with John Hopkins and his team over at Idaho National Laboratory and some other places. And I know that there's a lot of excitement in Europe right now for NuScale's technology in places like Romania. So I do think that there is a path forward for them, but it may be more international than national than domestic. Because I do think it's important that we take another look at the regulatory regime here around nuclear in the United States. I mean, I don't want to be too harsh or too critical, but much of it is still sort of in that Oppenheimer world of 1940, 1937. We need to update some of those rules and regulations, because when I look at companies like X Energy and I look at the fuel sources that they're using and the types of fuel that they've been able to create This trisul fuel is self-contained, so when you lose the coolant or the cooling system in that reactor, you don't have a release, it doesn't melt down. It's completely encapsulated. It's non-proliferant, so you can't take it and make a warhead, which is another big issue of concern in the nuclear space. I think it's important that we take another look at the regulatory regime and perhaps adopt some ideas that are not so far away in places like Canada. You know, I've seen them, you know, their regulator will give you a letter or a certificate of, this is not the proper term, but it indicates to the capital markets that you have the potential to be licensed. So it's like a letter of feasibility that yes, you have a pathway to a potential license for operation in Canada. That's an important signal, I would think, you know, to the capital markets that this is somewhat real and we can take a bit of a bet on it. And I think, you know, if we did that here in the United States, it might open up some opportunities for us. I'd like to see them do that.
I think it's an exciting technology. I want to stick with finance questions for a moment. So in spite of the name of the Inflation Reduction Act, inflation remains persistent. How do you see that, Jennifer? How do you see that impacting energy transition projects? Are there technologies that are winning, technologies that are losing based on costs of materials and supplies?
For the oil and gas industry, what we're seeing is only the organizations that have the balance sheet right now to fund these scalable projects, i.e. hydrogen or carbon capture, are really the only ones right now that are truly investing and making real inroads and making public announcements of the billions of dollars investments that they're making in this technology, because they already have the cash on hand. They don't have to go to the markets to the capital or debt markets to fund these activities, as opposed to as what we're hearing is that the rest of the cash that's out there is sitting on the sidelines and waiting. So as far as private equity, they're waiting for regulatory certainty, and you're certainly not going to borrow money in today's environment for a project, at the interest rates that we see today and that have zero permitting certainty right now. And then when we talk about permitting, we're not just, I'm getting off topic a little bit, but I want to stress that it's the entire value chain. It's not just the permitting of a facility or a well, it's the permitting of the infrastructure that moves that either that hydrogen or that CO2 from one place to another. So we can't forget about that. That's a whole nother issue. So what we're seeing is basically with an exception, I'd say Oxy is an exception, Sempra an exception, is the IOCs are the ones that are really investing in this technology and leading the way. And other organizations that are smaller, maybe PE-backed, are waiting for funding either via loans or grants from DOE. So there's all these little micro hotspots, I would say, all over the United States right now, but the real money and the real investment is coming from the IOCs.
Michael, what do you see as the most investable technologies?
I want to sort of touch on the inflation question quickly, because I think it's an important one before I get to the technology. I think it's here to stay. The reality is that there are multiple drivers of inflation that you need to sort of break down that topic and explore. One is just monetary and physical stimulus. That's what gets talked about a lot. And money supply is contracting, physical stimulus is sort of working through the system. That will play out. But there are a few structural elements that I think are really important to consider. One is materials and new energy materials. If you look at the deflation and the cost out of, for example, solar, the majority of that was actually through scaling and manufacturing. So materials have gone from about 10% of solar costs a decade ago, 12 years ago, to 50%. To get more deflation out of solar and wind going forward, it's going to be really hard to get materials to be deflationary when the demand is so great for those rare earths and other unique materials relative to the currently available supply. So that's going to be sort of a constant pressure point as it relates to investment in new energy and inflation to the overall cost of energy. Another is what I would just describe as infrastructure. If you look at the history of inflation, investment in infrastructure is greatly deflationary on the back end, but you actually have to build the infrastructure first right. to get the deflationary benefits on it on the back end. And we are, because of this policy stimulus, because of the focus on decarbonization, really on the cusp of a major infrastructure investment wave that's going to be decades long. So the benefit of that is much further out. And getting to your point on technology, technology is, I think, going to be, is traditionally looked at as a principal driver of deflation. And I think that, for example, in carbon capture, the biggest cost component actually is in the capture systems themselves. And we just haven't spent a lot of money or resources, time, developing CO2, either through solid sorbents or new chemistry. It just hasn't been a real priority. So we're using 70-year-old technology on facilities that are being built today. So I think that can be an important driver. Technology can be an important offset and should bring things like the cost of capture down because of where it sits within the value chain. But I'd say overall, renewables, some of the critical junction points in the hydrogen value chain are going to really struggle with that efficiency, benefit, materials, inflation.
Not only advanced materials, I think it's even the more basic materials like copper.
Yes, absolutely.
As we tend to move toward electrification of a lot of the the infrastructure that we have here in the United States. I mean, the demand for copper has just gone through the roof.
Yeah.
And
electrification is not going to take that pressure off anytime soon.
That's correct. Yeah, demand pressure is going to continue there, and that is going to create some inflationary pressures. And if we think it's difficult to permit a pipeline, try and permit a mining operation today.
A copper mine, no problem.
Or a transmission line.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Very difficult.
And then I'd also add, you're seeing it unfortunately with wind. I mean, I've been reading headlines where inflationary, because it's so capital intensive, the inflationary pressure right now, particularly on interest rates, is crushing wind right now. You saw in the fairly lackluster appetite for offshore leasing with wind. It was not what I think folks expected it to be. And headlines I've seen this week is Ørsted has canceled a bunch of projects. NextEra's stock has declined precipitously, all because of inflationary pressure on wind. And that, to me, is unfortunate because renewables are part of, it's not an or, it's an and discussion. Renewables are a huge part of the energy transition, and all of API's membership that invests in it are investing it quite heavily. So to me, it's the administration naively talking out of both sides of its mouth. Oh, we need renewables, but, sorry. So.
And that has been the fallout of the increase in interest rates. I mean, the big wind projects in particular were huge beneficiary of the zero real interest rate environment in the last 10 years, and that's gone. So the return, you not only are seeing higher costs in the projects themselves, but the returns got squeezed because of the fact that they're 70-80% debt financed, and the cost of debt went up 500 basis points.
That's right.
Before we leave this topic, I want to ask one more question. On one of the panels yesterday, the panel on the energy trilemma, one of the panelists expressed his faith that in young entrepreneurs and their ability to create new technologies, new ways of doing business that are going to solve our carbon problems, our energy problems. So my question to Dan is, you have a young entrepreneur with an idea approaching a monolithic agency. How do we bridge that gap? Is it what can the government do? What can the entrepreneur do to make sure those ideas get the funding to succeed?
Wow, man, you ask easy questions this morning. I've had answers to those. I don't know, to be honest. I don't have a precise answer for you. I don't know that it takes funding, though, for some of these things. I guess, our natural default sometimes, especially those of us who have served in government, is to go to a budget and say, well, if we only had more money to do X, then Y would happen. And I don't know that that's the case when you think about things like AI. It's moving so fast, and its applications are becoming so broad that I don't think anyone can sit here today and predict where it goes next.
My questions this morning were generated by AI.
ChatGPT. I think, we've seen some early applications, around, energy efficiency. So I'm looking at thermostats on walls. I mean, we've seen some early interesting applications of that there, and I think that's going to produce some benefits for us and perhaps lessen our energy demand, if you will, make us more efficient in the use of energy. But it's very hard to predict where it goes next. I mean, I just simply don't know, to be honest. I just don't know. But I mean, I would continue even with that uncertainty to encourage. I have 9 kids, so encourage them to keep thinking about these applications and think about them, with, as you mentioned, with regard to the more traditional parts of energy. I see a lot of excitement, especially now as I'm moving over to, I'm trading molecules for electrons by moving into the Edison Electric Institute. I see a lot of excitement from a younger generation there about, the renewable technologies that are coming online, the decarbonization, the electrification. All of those things are exciting policy elements for a different generation. But I would encourage whoever's in an engineering school today to look at AI and apply it to the more traditional parts of energy, because I think there's a lot of work to be done there. And that work, sort of on an incremental basis or an additive basis is so important if we think about decarbonization or we think about either a 2030 goal or a 2050 goal. That's where we can have the largest impact. And I applaud API and I applaud the industry for the good work that they've already done. Those are where we're going to see our biggest gains come, and we need them to be part of the process.
Dan, you're a wonderful panelist. That is a very graceful transition into the third theme that we were talking about, which is the continuing role of fossil fuels. Jennifer, just kind of an open-ended question to get us started. One of the themes of the panels yesterday was, or actually the keynote, I guess, was, are we building walls or are we building bridges? And when you think about the energy industry today, are we one big energy industry, or is there a renewable energy industry and a fossil fuel or a traditional energy industry? And if there's two, should there be one?
I don't remember that in the prep call.
AI does what it does.
I think it depends on who you talk to. Energy right now is so unfortunately, it's something that touches all of our lives every day, all day, and it's so politicized that it seems like if you're in this political camp, you're in favor of fossil fuels and you're against renewables. And if you're in this political camp, fossil fuels should stop today. I don't understand what the transition might be, but fossil fuels should stop today and we should do all renewables. And so there's this big swath in the middle that's where we need to come together. And as I said before, it's not an or discussion, it's an and discussion. Wind needs natural gas. We can't run our power grids on just purely wind. Wind needs natural gas to when demand peaks. You need a peaker plant that can fire up quickly. Coal can't do that. You need a peaker plant that can fire up quickly and supply that demand. So it's never one or the other. And so the short answer to that is, to me, it's one. But our political environment today is making it two, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. I agree with that completely. There's one industry, and I think, for a period of time, and I don't know how long it is, we viewed energy policy solely through the prism of climate policy. Mm-hmm. And in my view, we've gotten ourselves a little bit off base. As I've said publicly, and I know my predecessors have said as well, Ernie Moniz and others, energy security is national security. And it's important that we balance that with our climate stewardship, our environmental stewardship, and if you want to call it environmental security, you can. But I think we're seeing today a rebalancing, not only here in the United States, but around the world of those, those issues. We're coming together on that point that we must have a balance. Yes, we must decarbonize. Yes, we must address some of the issues that we seem to think are more and more real about the climate. But we have to balance them against keeping the lights on and providing a secure energy source for the citizens in which we serve. And I applaud that. And I think if we continue down that path, we're going to see ourselves as viewing energy as one industry. It's one industry that provides a lifeblood for literally every economic activity that we depend on, again, not only here in the United States, but around the world.
Michael, I'm going to ask you to speak for investment in energy sort of more broadly. So since the pandemic, we've had domestic E&P companies have been limiting capital investment. They're using excess cash flow, they're paying down debt, they're paying dividends, they're repurchasing shares. There's new technologies around carbon capture. If you are an E&P company today, how do you think about where to invest your capital?
So it's actually probably the biggest question in the boardrooms of these companies today. And our advisory practice really takes the view that the industry and any company in the industry needs to first protect the core, be as efficient and competitively advantaged as you can within your core assets. Identify that and focus on it, because that's where all that cash comes from at the end of the day. And the return on your capital is going to be enhanced if you improve the efficiency of the operations in and around that core. But it's also really important if you think about value creation and longevity. Oil and gas is, because of the journey that we're on, we can argue the pace at which we will transition, but the transition is here and we are in it. So the idea of creating terminal value for your company as part of your shareholder value in addition to current cash flow value really requires thought, planning, and some strategy around how to leverage your core competencies, core competitive advantages into some of these new energies areas. And we're seeing, for example, Occidental Petroleum, CO2 management has been a core competency of theirs for decades. And Vicki Hollub has been very forward-leaning in taking that capability and turning it into a new business. Mm-hmm. And that's really important, how to think about taking what feels like a liability, what feels like a compliance cost to the business, and flip it on its head and say, okay, this is actually a new business opportunity. I think it's important for recruiting. If you think about how we get talent and continue to manage the human resource, which is so critical to continued production and scaling of our industry, you have to offer young engineers and coming into the industry the hope and promise that the company and the industry is going to be around 30, 40 years from now when they want to retire. Right. And so those new businesses and new opportunities actually really help with that recruiting. And I think, Glenn said it very well earlier today. I think, focusing on the shareholder obligation of generating a return, it has to be economic, but it also has to be cleaner. It's striking that balance, and we describe that as protect the core, that's your economics, and focus on the new, which is the cleaner, that leverage competitive advantages. And it's really interesting to see, some are leaning more into hydrogen, some are leaning more into actually renewables, some are taking the sequestration and CO2 path route. So the opportunity set is expanding. But the core is not going away anytime soon.
It's interesting. I see in the upstream space, there's a lot of rebranding from companies with petroleum in their name or oil and gas, and now they're more generally energy companies. And I think that speaks to one of the problems we've had, recruiting talent, and this generation, they want to be part of a solution I think that's easier to do with, as the branding is more one industry focused.
Well, just on that point, I think electrification is a really important trend that oil and gas companies are needing to wrestle with. I mean, as our economy becomes more data-centric, data centers are powered by electricity. Mobility, particularly in the passenger vehicle market, is absolutely going down an electric pathway. So if I were a fuels company with a major product of gasoline, I would see electrification of vehicles as a competitive threat and think about how do I actually address that and turn that into an economic opportunity for me. So decentralization, the entire utility business model is actually being turned on its head. We have cities in California that are saying they want to go completely off grid. They want to be self-sufficient in the generation of clean electrons. So the decentralization of energy, which is something that we've seen in technology, right? If you think about the migration from mainframe to the internet, nodal network systems are sort of how the IT market evolved, and I think power has the potential to actually move to a very decentralized but networked system. So all of these bigger trends are really that have impacted other industries like media, like telecommunications, like technology, are really starting to become evident in energy. And I think over the next few decades, it'll be interesting to see how they
I agree.
impact.
I agree.
Michael, you mentioned Oxy's direct air capture project. Jennifer, are E&P companies, is upstream getting enough credit for the work that they're doing in this area?
No.
That was a softball.
No, and of course I'm biased, but to me, what is so frustrating, for example, API has a climate action framework where we have 5 elements or 5 tenets where we think climate policy should go, and it's pretty aggressive. And when I talk about it, people are like, what? API has a climate policy? And it's like, of course we do, because what you may have heard yesterday and what we'll hear today and what we've heard on this panel is that the oil and gas industry has to decarbonize. It has to, whether you do that via certain technologies, where you do it via your own processes. It's table stakes. It's not an option anymore. So, but I do not see the recognition that the oil and gas industry plays in the energy transition. And I'll get a little whiny here. For example, like there was the White House held a methane day, a methane conference at the White House, and intentionally did not invite the oil and gas industry. And we were just scratching our heads. Why wouldn't you want the industry that is not the sole, but one of the primary emitters of methane, and also the only industry right now that is really working to reduce methane emissions and employing these technologies and investing in these startups? Why wouldn't you have us at the table? It's very frustrating.
And I think, I'll double down on it a little bit. I mean, when you look at the amount of emissions reductions in the United States over the course of the last, call it a decade, 2 decades, I forget what the exact number is, but it's something like 17% emission reductions over the last decade. The vast majority of those reductions have come from this industry. It's come certainly from the additional capacity around renewables, adding renewable capacity in the Northeast, for instance, replacing some fuel oil, some coal uses. But the vast majority of those emission reductions have come with the replacement of coal with natural gas. And I don't think the industry gets enough credit for that. It tends to flow to other industries, which may or may not be appropriate as well, I don't know. But I do think that it has been led by the oil and gas industry, by the fossil fuel industry, and we need to continue that and continue to applaud the good work they've already done.
We're drawing close on time. I want to ask one sort of open-ended question. Michael, I'll start with you. All of us work in the energy industry. We've been at this conference for a couple of days. We're interacting with other people. What have you heard recently here or elsewhere that excites you in the industry? What interests you, or what has What's a new way of thinking about our problem or the potential solutions that you've heard over the last couple of days?
Well, I'll quote Glenn again. You know, we do it because it's hard, right? I think that's one of the things that I've always appreciated about this industry is that there's no challenge that, you know, years ago, the movie Apollo 13, if you remember that movie, Ed Harris walks into a conference room with no windows and a cardboard box full of used vacuum cleaner parts, and he drops it on the table and he says, our guys are on the dark side of the moon and we can bring them home with only this. And like the next scene, it cuts to somebody coming out, you know, pocket protector, pens, and he comes out, he says, sir, we found the answer. Like, that's the oil and gas industry. You know, we are facing tremendous pressure and challenge, not just political, but you know, the economic pressures as well. And you know, the industry has time and time again demonstrated that it can rise to those challenges. So I've like, bring it. You know, the greater the challenge, I think the higher probability that we'll figure out the answers.
That's great. Dan?
Oh, I agree with that completely. I think that's the most exciting part about being in the energy business. And obviously the oil and gas industry has done a great job. And I'm so impressed and always amazed by the accomplishments that they have. But the same is true in the electricity side of the house as well. I mean, you think about the grid, the grid that we have here in the United States is the most complex machine in the world. And the challenges that they face on a daily basis, just keeping the frequencies exactly in line, you know, with load and generation being perfectly aligned at every moment of the day, or else the lights go out. The technological challenge around that cannot be overstated. And the fact that they do it each and every day, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, there's no challenge that's too large for them. And I just, you know, that's what's exciting about this industry.
And then for me, working for API was interesting. About a year and a half ago, I met some colleagues and they was like, I can't believe you went to work for API. You know, they're the devil. And I said, well, if API wasn't the API that it is today, I wouldn't be here. And what I mean by that is that and I heard this week, actually. I was at a lunch on Monday, that our largest multinational producers in the United States to the smallest are truly committed to reducing emissions. It's not pandering. It's not appealing to some base. It's not. I don't like the term greenwashing. It's not greenwashing. It's real. They're really, and for the reasons I articulated before, and that gives me hope and faith that what you talked about before, that us being two industries and what role our industry plays will converge into one.
Thanks, Jennifer, and I think we'll leave it there.
Okay.
Thanks to the panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and keep moving through the program. So if everybody take a quick seat. It is my honor to be able to introduce our next speaker, Kristen Johnson. She's a commissioner at the U.S. CFTC, so that's Commodity Futures Trading Commission. She was sworn in as commissioner on March 30th of 2022. And here's the kicker, and I am not surprised after having had several conversations with her. She's just an incredibly pleasant individual, and incredibly knowledgeable, but she was unanimously confirmed by the U.S. Senate. There was no debate, which is saying something, particularly in today's environment. She is a recognized expert on financial markets, risk management, law, and policy with specialization in the regulation of complex financial products, including the origination, distribution, and secondary market trading, clearing, and settlement of securities and derivatives. Prior to joining the commission, she held endowed professorships at the law schools at Emory and Tulane. She has a BS with honors from Georgetown University's Edmund Walsh School of Foreign Service, which really highlights, in our very first time we met, which was a little over a year ago, your interest in Ambassador Satterfield's experience there. So, and she also has a JD from the University of Michigan Law School. So I am going to invite Commissioner Johnson up to the stage. She's going to deliver remarks. As she's delivering remarks, if you have questions, write them down on the question cards and pass them over the aisles, and then we'll do a short Q&A at the end. So, Commissioner Johnson.
Good morning. It is truly my honor and my privilege to join you today. Let me make sure my cell phone's turned off. Ken already knows I have a fourth grader. I am a soccer mom and a room mom for fourth grade, but that doesn't stop my duties from ever expanding. My son will happily call even now and expects me to stop what I'm doing, fly back to DC, and get his homework folder off the table and bring it to school. So thank you for the generous invitation to join you at the Baker Institute today. I genuinely count this as a privilege. I said this to Ken when we first met. This is, to me, part of the academic home that I feel I left to serve in government, and it's always nice to be welcomed home. The issues explored, discussions advanced, and research produced by the faculty, visiting scholars, and influential policymakers here at the Institute engender invaluable contributions that seek to address cutting-edge issues and endemic global problems. For evidence, one need look no further than today's program or the broader programming sponsored by the Institute. And here I'm thinking of the great program I was able to join with the Secretary of State earlier this week. Before I begin, an anticipated disclaimer. The policy views that I will share are my own, but I'm hopeful that they will resonate with many of you and my colleagues at the Commission. A year ago last month, we celebrated the 100-year anniversary of Congress enacting the Grain Futures Act and creating the Grain Futures Administration Agency. In the early years of our nation's history, agricultural markets served and were at the center of our nation's economy. In communities across the state of Texas, including one that I grew up in, not far from here, a city you might be familiar with, the city of Dallas in North Texas. Many of the communities that in our nation and in this state continue to serve as part of the breadbasket of our nation, producing cattle, poultry, pork, grains, and other key crops in our food supply. In the early days of the passage of the Grain Futures Act, regulation of derivatives focused on ensuring, I can't see out of these glasses, ensuring fair access and preventing fraud in agricultural markets. By fulfilling a mandate set out by Congress to mitigate fraud in markets, we at the CFTC protect customers, increase market integrity, reduce costs of transacting in markets. Alongside these benefits, our effective policing, if you will, of derivatives markets engenders valuable economic benefits, including orderly markets that enhance price transparency and price discovery, and efforts to eliminate misconduct helps to ensure that markets work, protecting end users from abusive tactics and conduct. As derivatives markets have evolved, the Commodity Exchange Act, so too, has expanded in terms of its mission and the mandate to the CFTC. Our broad anti-fraud and market manipulation authority stretches across an ever-expanding, evolving universe in derivatives markets. I'd like to talk a little bit about that expansion today. Again, thinking carefully about the history of the evolution of derivatives markets in our nation, there is no community more familiar with the expansion of these markets than the community right here in Houston, Texas. In the decades that followed the formal installation of the CFTC, markets witnessed an exponential growth in energy derivatives. These important contracts enable firms in the energy industry to lay off risk and mitigate the volatility of price changes. It also facilitates the implementation of risk management practices for energy-adjacent industry businesses. These may lead to better pricing for consumers in a variety of markets, and at least at one place that counts quite a lot for many in our community, at the pump. I'd like to focus my remaining remarks today on the growing market for environmental derivatives, or carbon offsets. As we think about the potential for the expanding of derivatives markets, carbon offsets is a topic that often springs to mind and I think is very carefully addressed today over the course of the discussions, panels that will follow my presentation. Attempting to tackle this topic effectively would require considerably more time than I've been allocated. And I understand that the most thoughtful keynote speaker is often the one who's brief and ends her remarks on time. So with that, allow me to say just a few things about issues at the intersectionality between the expansion of energy derivatives or environmental derivatives markets and the role of the CFTC. Notwithstanding global growth in the increasingly diverse universe of carbon offsets, I'd share one important observation. Market infrastructure lacks an effective, universally adopted integrity assessment system. In a report published in 2020 by the Market Risk Advisory Committee, an advisory committee of the CFTC that I sponsor, but admittedly was then sponsored by our current chair, Russ Benham, the subcommittee Climate-Related Risks in Financial Markets observed that U.S. financial regulators must recognize climate change poses serious emerging risks to the U.S. financial system, and they should be urgently engaged in decisively developing measures to help understand and address these risks. More recently, one of my colleagues acknowledged it's critical for the CFTC to understand the actual role that derivatives markets are playing in the context of promoting climate risk and resilience. During the last 2 years, the CFTC has hosted voluntary carbon market convenings. These 2 day-long discussions featured industry-wide participation and advanced an all-of-government solution. In June of 2020, we issued a request for comment, publicly seeking advice and guidance regarding how the Commission might fulfill its century-plus-long mission to maintain the integrity of derivatives markets, focusing on environmental derivatives. While we have the Commission's authority to reach into or look into derivatives markets, our authority does not reach the underlying assets. Thus, in this context, the integrity of carbon offsets is just beyond our reach. We do, however, have broad anti-fraud and market manipulation authority. Let me talk a little bit about initiatives at the CFTC to use this authority to help increase the integrity in the market for carbon offsets. On June 29th of this year, the CFTC Division of Enforcement announced the creation of an Environmental Fraud Task Force. The Environmental Fraud Task Force is designed to address misconduct in regulated derivatives markets. As I noted, while our authority to carefully police markets enables us to engage in fraud and market manipulation oversight, we have limited authority with respect to spot markets. Our Environmental Fraud Task Force will focus on fraud with respect to purported environmental benefits of purchased carbon credits, as well as registrants' material misrepresentations regarding environmental, social, and governance products or strategies. The goal of the task force is to allow the division to prosecute bad actors in the environmental sector. More effectively, our goal is, as a matter of subject matter expertise, our goal is to facilitate the sharing of resources across the agency to ensure proper access, but also the integrity of the markets emerging. Top of mind for the Environmental Task Force is pursuit of so-called greenwashing. In this context, perpetrators of fraud overstate or inflate the benefits of certain carbon offsets. The nascent infrastructure of the carbon credits markets creates conditions ripe for this sort of malfeasance. Ideally, carbon credits are a way for a carbon emitter to invest in a green initiative or project intended to reduce carbon emissions. In theory, encouraging greater investment in these projects will push the world toward carbon neutrality. In reality, however, too many carbon offset projects offer no environmental benefits. A recent study out of the University of Cambridge and ETH Zurich, still in preprint, estimates that 88% of the total volume across 4 sectors of renewable energy, cook stoves, forestry, and chemical processes in the voluntary carbon markets does not constitute real emissions reductions. Green claiming made in connection with carbon offsets are, for now, unverifiable. Even putting aside cases where an offset might be an outright scam, it is incredibly difficult to know whether a given project actually results in reduced carbon emissions or promised carbon sequestration. Increasingly, investors and courts are concluding that greening claims are difficult to verify and may be difficult to assert or include in the context of pledges for net zero emissions. While in theory a corporate pledge would mean that the company engaged in extensive efforts to ensure that their operations minimize carbon emissions, Recent evidence suggests that such claims without verification may be all too easy and may generate the potential for legal liability. At another market risk advisory committee under my sponsorship, we invited leading voices from the Integrity Council on Voluntary Carbon Markets, an international standard-setting body that's engaged in thoughtful deliberation to establish a common understanding of the attributes of high-quality carbon credits. To this end, ICVCM released core carbon principles, but is yet to finalize an assessment framework for identifying credits that create real, additional, and verifiable climate impact with high environmental and social integrity. In the context of conversations that I've had with farmers and ranchers, as well as folks at ICVCM, and in addition to conversations globally with market leaders around the world, including representatives of the Bank of England and the City of London Corporation, the FCA in London, and other jurisdictions, I've learned a great deal. The conversations have been tremendously informative. Though the ICVCM Voluntary Carbon Markets initiatives publicly released at COP22 describe new methods for evaluating claims, the Claims Code of Practice, which seeks to ensure users can credibly make voluntary carbon credits as part of their near-term emissions reduction objectives, there is still much work to be done. I'm calling on regulators to act now. There are a number of additional standard-setting bodies that are taking steps to issue statements that would establish internal audit and assurance standards. Internal auditing of carbon credits and disclosure of green projects and initiatives is a critical first step in reducing greenwashing and ensuring that carbon offsets are reliable, verifiable, and actually designed to achieve their stated goals. But it is only a first step. There are many more to come. With the current absence of regulation directly addressing greenwashing, our Environmental Fraud Task Force will step up and begin, in part, under Part 181 of our regulation, the effort to ensure against anti-fraud in interstate commerce in the United States. A number of carbon offset derivatives are currently trading with our registered market participants. The CME Group has begun listing voluntary carbon emissions offset futures on its exchange, further bringing these products within the ambit of our anti-fraud jurisdiction. The CFTC can and will devote appropriate resources to punishing fraud carried out in these new marketplaces. Speaking of which, let me say a word about cryptocurrency. Genuinely. So this transition is a bit more awkward simply because I think it's a bit less familiar. But as is the case in recent history with the evolution of our markets and our oversight of markets, the carbon economy is not the only economy spawning new and interesting developments. Recently, we've seen an explosive growth in the use in the crypto economy of coins and tokens that attempt to argue or offer carbon reduction or carbon emissions reduction. Crypto-based technology solutions provide the promise of increased transparency and the elimination of expenses related to intermediaries or middlemen. By having transactions publicly accessible via blockchain ledgers, one could be able to see the entire life cycle of a carbon offset, from its initial purpose for financing carbon reduction project through the entire secondary market. However, the promise of this purported benefit has yet to be fully realized. And in fact, a number of concerns have emerged regarding the tokenization of carbon offsets. The shininess of this new technology is very tempting to believe in, and in fact, it's often used to entice unsuspecting investors hoping to do their part in reducing carbon emissions. With respect to actual value, our concerns at the CFTC is at the intersectionality of these two issues. It's concerning that we might layer in the context of one emerging market with very little capability for us to verify the integrity of the quality of the asset on a second technology, a newer technology that offers great promise for sure, but in fact needs or could benefit from greater disclosures, governance, auditing, anti-money laundering, oversight, data reporting, and other concerns, to name a few. I'm thoughtful about the potential for blockchain technology to solve a number of challenges and to provide a number of solutions in our society. But in the current moment, our concerns regarding the intersectionality of these two issues are significant. This prompts me to think a little bit about, as I close, the adoption or integration of a more nuanced protocol in the crypto universe. That's the adoption or integration of decentralized finance, as one might describe it. There's broad consensus among regulators, policymakers, and market participants that digital asset markets generally would benefit from congressional action and regulatory intervention. On multiple occasions in recent months, I've advocated for the CFTC to take steps to regulate these products and protect vulnerable retail customers and our markets more broadly. I do so again here today, and I'm thoughtful as we think about the integration of decentralized finance into the markets that relate to derivatives environmental projects, that we are clear about the CFTC's mission once again, and an understanding of what the obligations will be for any market participants operating in this space, notwithstanding the shininess of the technology. Recently, the CFTC took action in a first-of-its-kind litigation against 3 DeFi platforms. The DeFi platforms, Open, DeRideX, and ZeroX, and the litigation against these platforms demonstrate, one, how the agency might effectuate oversight in the crypto markets, but also offers a pathway for the task force that I mentioned earlier in its oversight of derivatives, carbon offset derivatives markets. Maybe just a bit of background could be helpful for those of you who have not been following the crypto industry carefully. Each of the companies that we brought an action against were the subject of cases created by decentralized finance trading protocols. These protocols allowed the public to invest in derivatives positions in digital assets. One of the platforms called the contracts perpetual contracts. Others described contracts differently. At the conclusion of our analysis at the CFTC, we assessed that these contracts, each of them named possibly something different, had the same attributes. They each had attributes of derivatives contracts that Congress, under the CEA, has given us express authority to oversee. Each of these companies allowed investors to take on exposure to the value of certain digital assets without actually registering the assets or the platforms with the CFTC. Because there was leverage built into this structure, the value of the derivatives contracts became inherently more volatile than the digital assets themselves. Each of the companies operated a website that offered these derivatives contracts to the general investing public. In our opinion at the CFTC, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it quite possibly might be a duck. If these derivatives had been based on underlying assets in the traditional economy, without question, the CFTC regulations regularly imposed on a host of traditional financial institutions registration, disclosure, clearing, risk management, know your customer, and anti-money laundering requirements would have been assessed. Because these companies operated in the crypto economy, there was nothing in their opinion that required their registration. We saw things quite differently. The procedures and obligations that our regulations impose are critical for protecting customers and our markets. They enable us to surveil transactions across markets, identify the existence, nature, and extent of wrongdoing, and balance the inherent asymmetries of information in these complex financial markets. The orders issued against these 3 companies charge them with failing to register as swap execution facilities, designated contract markets, and futures commission merchants, as well as all of the Bank Secrecy Act violations I highlighted earlier. In other words, these 3 companies were acting as CFTC registrants without registering and creating the benefits for the markets and customers that registration engenders. As I've said before, since the foundation of our nation, platforms that offer trading services have played a vital role in our markets, in price discovery, price accuracy, and facilitating greater, more efficient markets, as well as introducing economies of scale. In addition, these platforms perform critical risk mitigation functions. For over 200 years, these platforms have also been directly responsible as a primary policeman in our markets. They have served as a first line of defense. They have held incredible responsibility, and as a part of that responsibility, and as a part of the privilege of operating our markets, we expect them to uphold that responsibility. The goal of these cases and others like them is not to stamp out innovation or to hold companies to unreasonable standards. Rather, it's to apply the same standards where the same risks arise. As we think about the evolution of as we think about the evolution of carbon offset markets, I'm deeply thoughtful about the application of a similar legal standard. In fact, at least one of the platforms that we brought an action against had introduced a coin or token that we are thoughtful about at the intersection of these 2 issues. I'm grateful for the time you've allocated to listen to what I might share today. I'm hopeful to hear from so many of you in this moment, or if you'd like, with direct outreach to our office regarding how you're thinking about these critical issues at the frontier of our markets. Thanks so much, Ken, for having me. Thanks so much to the Baker Institute.
You can stay right there.
Okay, perfect. Following the cues.
Yes. All right, so excellent remarks. Really appreciate it. For those of you who don't know, we've been doing quite a bit of work on voluntary carbon markets. There was a 501c3 that issues certificates for carbon credits that are nature-based called B Carbon, which spawned out of a working group that we hosted here for a couple of years. It's doing quite well, but it is sort of in the middle of a lot of this discussion, right? And what's really interesting to me, and I wonder if you could reflect on what I'm about to kind of ponder, I guess, is when you look at the voluntary carbon market space, you see a lot of different registries that don't offer a homogeneous product, but they offer the same service, more or less, right? Carbon offsets. Without MRV or measurement reporting and verification, it's really difficult to understand exactly what you're getting. Would you go from one registry to another? And because they're not homogeneous, they're not tradable. Yet you see a lot of interest in derivatives around the base contracts that are being offered starting to emerge. So I wonder if you could reflect a little bit on that and what the solution might be. But also longer term, when we think about how the derivatives markets for carbon offsets might evolve, how much activity is there currently and how rapidly has it been changing?
Yep, I'm going to start with the latter question first, if I might, and just say, as a result of the first question, what we've seen is a significant reduction in the price of carbon offsets, and that's largely because I would like to argue, we can't say with certainty isolating the factors is quite complicated, but I think in part it's these two issues are intertwined. Establishing the integrity of the offsets, I think, could go a long way to enhancing interest in investment in and development of, which would lead to increasing volumes of trading of carbon offsets. I think one of the main challenges for getting to price accuracy is the integrity of the underlying assets. And you put your finger on the pulse of something with respect to the registries. So, in the remarks I offered, I suggested that there might be a pathway at some point for the use of blockchain technology to assist us with establishing a certain level of transparency that could mitigate the need to rely on registries, if one could imagine that. But in the immediate moment, you're right, absolute reliance on registries really has left us in a conundrum because of a lack of uniformity of standards across the registries. So here's where I pitch what I think the CFTC could potentially do. And unfortunately, I highlighted, or at least hinted at several times, one of the hurdles or challenges. We can create fairly rigorous and robust standards at the derivatives markets intersection of these issues. So for our registered market participants like CME, we can invite them in to have a very explicit conversation about what they're trading on their platforms. The challenges in the spot market, where underlying assets might trade on registries, and there is not, in fact, an authority that has a single voice to comment on the integrity of those carbon offsets. One thought experiment might be, and I think in some ways Vera and ICVCM have tried to accomplish this, whether or not across registries we can have a common language and a common understanding of what the standards ought to be. I will say, if we think about this in the context of the history of markets, which I'm sure you've already assessed as something I'm very much a nerd of the history of financial markets developments. What I would say is I was reflecting back on the Buttonwood Agreement signed in 1789 in Lower Manhattan that was a single document executed by 24 brokers who happened to be some guys gathered under a tree in Lower Manhattan at the intersection of Pine and Wall Streets. And this group came to form the corpus for the New York Stock Exchange. And at the time, I can easily imagine that there would have been many competing platforms, many competing venues for trading of what would have been probably commercial paper and maybe some Revolutionary War bonds post-war at the time. I don't anticipate there was a commonality of standards or a singularity of understanding across those small informal groups of brokers getting together. But we have, in the many years since, developed exceptionally effective mechanisms of regulating, let's go with just capital markets. And so ours are the deepest and most liquid in the world and often attract investors from all over the world and companies from all over the world seeking to list. I think it offers a very good précis to a pathway for understanding what we can do in the carbon offset space. Sorry, that was a long-winded
No,
answer.
that's actually great. I actually have a question from the audience, and I don't know if this is opening Pandora's box. If it is, then
Well, good, my time is
just
about to
say so.
expire.
Yeah. It's a step away, but it's directly related to the conversations over yesterday and today. It specifically relates to metals markets.
Yeah.
They're fairly opaque. What role does CFTC play in that space, and is there any thought of sort of bringing some more transparency back to that space?
So with these two questions, you've put your finger on the pulse of the possibility and the limitations almost extensively. This is the tension that comes with government regulation, especially as we've structured it for derivatives markets. Whether it's the carbon offset market, the crypto market, Forex markets, or metals markets, there's an underlying tension for us in that the underlying assets are not assets that we have the authority to engage in oversight with respect to. The trading, we do. And what I would say is for at least 3, if not all 4 of the markets I just described, carbon offsets, Forex, crypto, metals, we have seen abundant and deeply concerning fraud in those markets. And so part of the reason I'm, sort of beating the drum in terms of our policing and enforcement efforts is that we've seen those cases, and I'll talk about metals and Forex specifically, and here in the state of Texas even more specifically. I've issued no less than 5 public statements in my limited time at the CFTC that are focused on affinity-based fraud scams that are either targeting Christian church communities, targeting retirement homes and retirees seeking to invest in metals or Forex markets, seeking to diversify their portfolio. And while we've enforced in a number of enforcement actions during my time at the CFTC, these frauds that target some of our most vulnerable investors are the ones that sort of strike me the most as concerning and as something we have to be more deeply engaged in eradicating, right? The dilemma in part is identifying those fraudsters, identifying those schemes, and they are prolific. And I am deeply saddened every time the commission is writing an order about someone having done that here in the state of Texas, which I perceive as my community in many ways, because I can not only envision but have directly heard from friends and family who have reached out to me during my time as a commissioner to describe to me the tens of thousands of dollars they've lost. And I have no immediate way to assist them in more than one instance that's happened. And so all I can say is I know these hardworking nurses, hardworking public servants who have invested their capital in these markets and lost money. And I agree there has to be a way for us to be more effective in policing these markets to prevent this fraud. But as of now, enforcement is our main tool in the toolkit. And to be quite honest, it's not sufficient. It's not enough.
So one of the things that I hope to get out of having you here was it's a headline for what the Center for Energy Studies views in terms of the collection of our research as central to all discussions about the evolution of energy is that transitions are complex. Yeah. And I think what you've done is really highlight a layer of complexity that a lot of people don't fully appreciate. So I thank you tremendously for doing that. So,
thank you so much.
Everybody join
me. And we didn't
me.
Go nearly far enough. I gotta be honest. We didn't talk about transitions to, okay, but I'll leave all that for next.
There is a lot more. We will definitely have you back, but there's a lot more to discuss, and thank you so much. Everybody join me in thanking Commissioner Johnson. Okay, so if I could ask everybody to take their seats so we can continue moving along. It's always you. All right. So we're going to pick back up with the program. Got a few really interesting talks that we're going to hear, kind of running through, run the gamut of sustainability, talk about personal experience and sort of resource development, and moving into the role of solar, which is growing faster than anything, quite frankly, in the energy space right now. But it is my distinct pleasure to invite my colleague, Rachel Meidel, to the stage. She's going to share some thoughts on sustainability and how it is a multifaceted topic that sometimes is oversimplified. I think we've heard some elements of this from a few of the speakers. Glenn, for example, this morning leaned into the sustainability stool and the three legs on it, and I think you'll hear Rachel say some similar things to that. But without further ado, I'm going to step off the stage because she is going to give an introduction of herself better than I could ever do. So.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. It's awesome to be here and to see folks. And so Ken asked me to give an introduction of myself, and I usually gloss over that in most of my talks. I've been around for 27 years, but the most of my career has been spent in the field. And working as a hazardous materials chemist, working as a reactive materials chemist. I was a bomb technician for a number of years. Worked with the DEA as their reactive materials chemist doing drug labs. But how that's relevant to the discussion of sustainability is that it has really shaped and galvanized my views, my systems level views. So earlier in my career, when I was assigned as that was me. When I was assigned as a hazardous materials chemist, I worked for the government and the military. I was a contractor, and it took me around the world. And I had to manage waste initially for the military and the government and all of their different installations around the world, worked at different ports of entry. But I also did this for industry as well, where I was called upon to manage hazardous waste for like every industry that's out there. I mean, from mining to semiconductors to oil and gas to petrochemical, for the medical field, for biotechnology, for end-of-life landfills and incinerators. And so it broadened my thoughts on just the sheer volumes of waste that's being generated throughout every industry out there, and shaped my views on how everything is connected. And that the impacts here are oftentimes seen beyond our boundaries that we're aware of. And so that really kind of shaped what I do today. But so that was earlier in my career, and I wanted to continue understanding that dimension, and I eventually moved into the policy space. And worked in D.C. for a number of years, working at American Chemistry Council as their Director of Regulatory and Technical Affairs. And so I amassed all of my years of experience in chemistry and health physics and radioactive waste management and biologics and all of those things, and working in chemical security and chemical safety, worker health and safety, process safety, and all the different auditings that I did of these facilities. I took all of that knowledge and placed that at ACC, where I helped companies kind of work through those issues and navigated the policy platform in that space. And then eventually I was appointed as a senior executive service as a deputy administrator for the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. And so that was a totally different perspective than all of my other experiences, which also gives me a different take on things today when I navigate through the policy space, especially when we talk about sustainability. And so that's kind of a backdrop of why I think sustainability is so important today. And for those of you that know me and work with me, you know how energized I am when it comes to sustainability. And I'm like that awkward family member or guest at a dinner party that talks about like the thermodynamic constraints of recycling. And so it's just, I don't know, it's oftentimes not welcome, but it's something that really motivates me. And I think it's really important because as a fellow, all of us fellows here, we are asked to speak at a lot of different places, from NGOs to industries and boardrooms and professional associations, and And the other day I was at a keynote and I was asked, well, why do you always talk about sustainability in all of your discussions? And my first thought was, how many talks has this person seen me do? but then I thought about it. I mean, it was really a relevant question and interesting, an interesting observation, because if you think about the multidimensionality of sustainability, having all of these different disciplines and all of these different facets, these three pillars, which I'll get into, which are even broader than that. I mean, it crosses every avenue and every topic, every issue, every subject matter. And so, when I talk about carbon nanotubes, or I talk about green brain health, or I talk about batteries or recycling, circular economy, and when other fellows, I mean, all of those things are embodied in sustainability. And so that has become my focus at Center for Energy Studies, and it's become a strategic priority for Rice University and also for CES. And let's see, okay, hold on a second here. All right, and so I apologize for the rudimentary nature of this slide. I'm not a visual artist here, but the point here is that for us, this is how we see sustainability. Sustainability is the thread that pulls the needle through the fabric of all of our CES policy programs, and you can see represented here every one of the fellows' work somehow represented in here, and we are so well integrated in all facets of sustainability. And so with the complexity of sustainability, we need a cross-disciplinary approach. We need to think about it systematically. And the issues today, it requires this holistic approach. And so when we think about technological change and economic growth, we look at geopolitics and energy trade, energy poverty, and energy security, and mineral and material demands. All of these things are interwoven into the fabric of the national welfare and social equity, environmental performance, and domestic and international economic priorities. And so the analysis of any future energy or energy-related technology, it all requires a deep understanding of trade-offs. And that is what we're good at CES. It requires an understanding across the entire supply chain, from raw material extraction to manufacturing to production and delivery of those final products to consumption and, of course, to final disposal and end-of-life management. And that is why sustainability is so important to our mission at CES. And just a little fact here is that if you look at the collective knowledge of our fellows at CES, we span over 150 years of experience. And that's in fields like geology and chemistry, economics, international affairs, journalism, government, regulatory. And so we are very multidimensional in that facet, and so we are well set to really unpack the issues of sustainability. And so and I won't go into detail about this really because Ken touched on this, and we all touched on this throughout the last day, and we will touch on these as the day moves forward. But energy transitions are complex, right? And perspective matters. It depends on where you live, where you sit. We talked a lot about equity issues, but with the 700 million people in the world today that are living in extreme poverty, and the 950 million people in the world that don't have access to energy, and double that amount that don't have access to reliable energy services, perspective does matter, because energy transitions will look very different in those parts of the world. I mean, sub-Saharan Africa, you look at that, and they're still managing and cooking with traditional biomass. And so when we talk about energy transitions and shifting away from natural gas and other things and moving on to alternative energy, that just doesn't align with the realities that they're faced with. And so we have to keep in mind what that means for those developing economies. Transmission lines, distribution, recycling facilities, remanufacturing facilities, transportation corridors, all of these things remind us that infrastructure is critical to any energy future. Energy transitions are also materials transitions, and this is something that we have a strong focus in that Michelle Foss here leads in her program. But over 3 billion was it 3 billion metric tons of minerals and materials are going to be needed to deploy and you know, for a diversified energy future that we're talking about. And so that's pretty enormous. And all of that comes with mining, you know, and siting and permitting and all of that, facing the NIMBYism and the banana, which is a new acronym that we learned yesterday. But the risk of a diversified energy future really hinges on whether or not we have enough of those minerals at the right time, whether we can extract and process them at the right place, and if we can do that at an affordable price. And so certainly it's a materials transition, and that's something that doesn't get spoken about a lot. And I was happy to see our Equinor, our keynote speaker yesterday, really kind of touch on that. Supply chains matter. If anything, that we learned over the last succession of events over 10 years or more, and especially the last 2 years with the global pandemic and the ongoing Russia-Ukraine conflict, China's national sword policy that restricted access to for waste markets being imported into the country, we learned that supply chains do matter, and they have dramatic effects across the economy when it comes to labor shortages, a complete deterioration of rail freight services and transportation bottlenecks, price volatility, and so forth. So we can't forget that supply chains matter. And innovation and growth, this is really what's going to be the future of energy. But at the end of the day, it's the economics that really matter, because we can have the best innovations in the world, but you know, you can't scale good intentions. You need commercially viable and just economically feasible solutions that also take into account the society and the environmental effects. So sustainability really is multifaceted. And so when you look at innovation and technology, it really is the bridge to sustainable growth. And the foundations that you see here, the environmental performance, the economic viability, social efficiency, and policy regulations, these are really the core and the foundation for sustainable growth. And so if any one of these pillars are compromised in any way, we're not going to get to sustainability. We can't get to sustainable growth. And it is an integrated ecosystem-based approach that deliberately bridges a broad set of interdependent foundations. And so this is really key to remember. And so let me talk about what sustainability is, because I bet if I polled the room here and we passed the microphone around, every single person would have a very different answer with what sustainability is. And so the other day at the speakers' dinner, we were talking about ChatGPT and AI. I'm like, oh my God, that's brilliant. Why didn't I think of ChatGPTing what is sustainability? And all of these years I've been studying this. Oh my God, that's like, what a miss. And so I did that, and I'm not going to read to you because you know what it is, but it was massive, and it just underscored the fact that it is complex. And so I narrowed it down to 7 categories of definitions, from general to dictionary, universal, business, policy, 3 pillars of sustainability, resource management, and societal perspectives. And so by that very nature, I mean, sustainability is complicated, so much so that it's been mischaracterized and misrepresented, and especially in our discussions around energy transitions and climate policies. And so the short, straightforward answer is that it's a balance between the economics, the society, and the environment. And, you know, people, planet, profit, I'm sure you're all familiar with that. But the more complicated answer is that it is very intricate, and it's an intertwined system. And there's a number of factors that we have to consider. We have to consider how they interact, because it really involves quantifying and understanding what the risks are, what the trade-offs are, the unintended consequences. And we do this from a life cycle perspective, a true life cycle perspective, from cradle to grave, or cradle to cradle. And we look at this across the entire supply chain. And the way we look at sustainability today, it has a very much environmentally minded focus, and also as if it's a property of something. And if you think about sustainability from a systems perspective and the balance of these 3 things, it can't be the property of something, and not the way that we're looking at it today. So I mean, really, there's no such thing as like a sustainable bioplastic or a sustainable electric vehicle or a sustainable solar panel. That's because if we optimize individual parts, you end up shifting risks elsewhere in the system, especially if we're not capturing what all those risks are. And so focusing on all of those individual parts and pieces will essentially shift risks throughout the system. And so I know this is pretty complicated here, the way we're talking about it, but this is my definition of sustainability that I came up with here. And it's a balance between the economics, the least energy and resource intensive pathways, and the best social performance and environmental outcomes across life cycles. And if we look at sustainability from the systems level view and the fact that we have to look at things from the systems lens and how they're going to interact with one another, I think we can see that system sustainability and resiliency can't be achieved without a focus on just climate and emissions. And this is where most of the focus is today and a lot of the effort. And let me tell you why that's a bit problematic. And because if you have a narrow focus on emissions and climate alone, it's going to create blind spots. And so, we call this carbon tunnel vision. And you overlook all kinds of currently unquantified impacts like overconsumption and mineral and material supply and poverty, environmental justice and waste management and all of these other things. And so the impacts of a changing climate and the issues on lower income and socially vulnerable populations, those can be achieved through effective adaptation and resiliency programs, not on climate policies alone. And that's the danger of characterizing sustainability as having a climate and emissions focus. It leaves companies and governments and society maladapted and more vulnerable to disruptions. And that's why resiliency and sustainability, there's that nexus between there. It's building resilience and developing sustainability really requires that collective and systems-based thought process. And so that's something to keep in mind here. And I want to mention this. I put this slide in here kind of last minute because I think we're all talking about carbon emissions, carbon counting, and carbon markets and so forth. But in my view, I think the carbon narrative is misplaced. I think we need a new narrative on how we talk about carbon. This whole thing, low carbon, zero carbon, carbon is the enemy, negative carbon, war on carbon. That doesn't signal positive intentions. And so we have to start thinking about carbon as that systems level view, right? Because the Earth is a closed system and the amount of carbon is constant. It never changes. It just shifts reservoirs from, people and microbes and trees and soil through different processes, whether that's biodegradation or photosynthesis and other things. And so we can start looking at carbon as the living carbon, the carbon that travels through the biological nutrient systems, right? I mean, we have, I don't know if Carrie Masiello was here, but she was here yesterday, and she leads Rice's work on biochar. But thinking about carbon, useful carbon, how can we enhance the quality of the soil? Looking at durable carbon, like working carbon that's sequestered in plastics that can be recycled, and biopolymers that can be composted back into resourceful nutrients for the system. So working, living, durable carbon, so recovering carbon-based materials and hydrocarbon energy sources in ways that can eliminate waste and support regenerative growth and restore the natural resource through biological and technical systems. Oh, whoops, hold on a second here. Whoops, this is not the right way I'm going. Okay, here we go. All right, okay, so the three-legged stool. So we've been trying to contemplate what's the best way to communicate sustainability. And because it's so complicated, there really is no easy way, but Ken and I, he's really helped shape some of my views on this and how we talk about it. But the three-legged stool is one that I think resonates with the idea of interdependency. Because if you consider sustainability as this tripod that requires the balancing of these dimensions, so the socioeconomic and the environmental and the commercial, and then you have the buttresses of the market design and innovation and policy, it becomes a little bit easier because if you have a failure in any one of these things, you're not going to get to sustainability. And that forces you to think of this in a system and how it's dependent on one another. So if one of these legs collapses, again, we can't get to sustainability. So if we continue to focus solely on emissions and carbon, you're not going to have the balance. You're going to have the off balance with the economy, and the stool collapses. And I'm not saying emissions are not important. I mean, that's all important, but we have to begin thinking about sustainability in a different way, and that's the multidimensional and multifaceted approach. And it's also why higher order impacts have to be considered, because we want to make sure that we avoid unintended consequences. So sustainability has always been important, but our discussions are very OECD centric. It's become dominated by developed nation perspectives. That was brought out in conversations over the last 2 days, but it's really a developed nation story, right? If you look at global energy use, the EU's at just under 10%, North America is just under 20%, and developing Asia is at 39%. And so that leaves a third of the global energy use for the rest of the world, much of whom are underserved. So the question becomes, how will the principles of comparative advantage manifest itself in the future energy market outcomes? And so a lot of this depends on the resource endowments, the natural capital, the mineral, the energy, human capital, and so forth. And this has reverberations across economies, especially developing economies that typically don't have a seat at the table in these discussions because the perspectives have been dominated by the developed world. And so this can dramatically shift the balance of sustainability when we don't consider the developed economy. And so let's see, I don't know how much time I have, but I know Ken had asked me to compress my comments here, and so I'll probably slip through a couple of these slides here, but we have two bookends that I call at CES, and at one bookend is the upstream, the mining side of things that is covered by Michelle Foss's program, and at the other end is the waste management side, which is my expertise. And to really understand sustainability, you have to understand life cycles. Life cycles are important, which is important why we are concatenating the entire life cycle and building the competencies here at CES to include that full life cycle from cradle to grave, or cradle to cradle in a circular economy. But so at this bookend, all value chains begin upstream, right? And we cannot forget the importance of mineral materials and metals. We are dependent on import dependent on many of these minerals. Many of the critical minerals, we're import dependent on minerals that are not critical. Things like iron and steel. And others. And we know that China dominates the production and the processing of a lot of these things, and that affects mineral pricing. And so the question that we grapple with here is, how do we build awareness and competencies across the entire life cycle, understanding the risks and the uncertainties of raw material sourcing all the way to end-of-life management. And so this is a map that's taken from Michelle's mineral and materials program. And what you see here, it displays the country's total mineral production, and the table shows minerals used in the energy transition and the dominant producers. And so it's clear that mining plays a clear role in the energy transition. But what we really need to start looking at is not just mining and materials like the traditional, and what about new and innovative materials? And so there's a lot of work that's happening and innovations on looking at things that are more durable and longer lifespans and so forth. And so we have to continue exploring these new materials, and that's all a part of the sustainability bucket. And the other thing I want to say about, oh wait, okay, so here we go. Hold on a second here. I need to. Okay, so I've got 2 minutes left here, but what I do want to say, I think what's important here is, and I could spend a lot of time on this, but ESG, as it's characterized today, is not sustainability, and that's for a lot of reasons. I mean, right now, this ESG is very investment focused, and it's hardwired into the financial markets, and It's standards are set by lawmakers and investors and ESG reporting organizations, and so it's important to know that those two are not synonymous. But the points I want to make here for my closing, is that sustainability really is a journey, right? It is truly multifaceted. It's going to change over time, so it's an evolution. It is not dynamic. It is not it is a dynamic process. It is not a static end state, and there's going to be trade-offs along the way. So it requires a willingness to identify those trade-offs, to understand and accept what those are, and constant diligence and awareness that the sustainability profile could shift. And a lot of this requires communication and transparency. The other thing that's important is that sustainability requires strategy and adaptability. Understand where you are today in your sustainability journey. Where do you want to be in 5, 10, 20 years? What are the range of impacts that you need to understand to get to that desired end state, recognizing that desired end state is going to shift and change over time as new data comes in. And so you have to be realistic and honest about your current status and how you're going to achieve your future state. And lastly, sustainability requires data and collaboration. We can't understand sustainability without data and without working across supply chains, to get that data. So we have to acknowledge the data that we have today, the data gaps that are out there. We have to be transparent about what those data gaps are. We have to understand, data quality. How do we access data? How do we measure and validate sustainability, the data that we're seeing? And so it's about road mapping and charting a path forward to capture, the data needs over time, and recognizing that, again, this is a journey. So really, I just challenge you all to think differently about what sustainability is, and to understand, I think as a baseline, to understand that it is multidimensional, that it is an interdependent framework, at its core, and thinking about this in a more cross-disciplinary manner, in that three-legged stool concept, it's going to allow us to adapt and to be more resilient and to understand a wider set of risks. And I think this will get us closer to sustainability. Thank you.
So in the interest of time, we're going to move forward. I'm going to actually invite Christy Clark up to the stage now. And a couple of comments. Hi, Christy, come on in. I didn't know where you'd walked off to, so there we go. Have a seat.
I went where they told me to.
Yeah, that's what you should do. That's what I do. So I encourage you, if you have questions about Rachel's presentation, to catch her during lunch. She will talk your ear off on this stuff. So it's great. She's incredibly knowledgeable. And I think one of the things that comes out, which is why I asked her to introduce herself, is sort of exactly how the path she's taken has shaped her thought process on these things. And it's certainly unique and leads to a lot of very innovative thought. So thanks again, Rachel, and I encourage you guys to catch up with her at lunch.
All right.
So we're going to move right into our next discussion, and I am privileged to be joined on stage by Christy Clark. She's the former Premier of British Columbia. She's actually been active throughout her career in various policy-related pursuits. She's held the position of Deputy Premier, Minister of Education, Minister of Children and Family Development, which is one I want to ask you about.
Well, that's the one they make you when they don't like you anymore.
Okay. Vice Chair of the Treasury Board. So you can see when you lay all this out, her career spanned a lot of different areas, and I think that leads to a really interesting story. So I'm going to do to you what I did to Glenn this morning. I'm going to ask you to share some insights about your own path.
Okay.
Because I have students in the audience, and whenever I have the privilege to be on stage with somebody who's successful as you, it's always enlightening to them to hear something about the uniqueness of your path and what your experience has led to.
Okay. Well, I never thought I would ever be the premier of a province. I mean, I'm the only woman ever elected in my province, the only woman in Canada ever elected twice in the history of our whole country, which is, we're sadly lagging the US. So I never really kind of imagined myself doing it. But I grew up in a house where We argued about everything all the time. 4 kids, dad was a teacher, everything was on the table. And so I just kind of grew up debating, arguing, thinking about policy issues. And so I got involved just as a young political activist. My dad ran for office, terrible, 3% of the vote every time. But I'd knock on doors for him when I was a little kid. So I just kind of, what I think the problem is with people going into politics is that people think only weird people do it. And when I was growing up, it seemed perfectly normal to me. So when someone asked me to run, the man who preceded me, Gordon Campbell, I said, well, I want to make a difference in the world. And so I ran for office. And honestly, I don't think I will ever do anything again that was so fulfilling, because you can make so much positive change for so many people with the stroke of a pen. I mean, the opposite is also true, as we see in Congress, but it is an amazingly fulfilling job. And I think in America, you have a lot more people go from business into politics and back out. And I think that's an incredibly healthy way to kind of support people, the best people getting into the system.
It's interesting you say that. So before the migration from politics to business and back, I agree with you. I think that is healthy. I can tell you from my own experience, when I finished my doctorate, I was in the private sector for a few years, and I tell people I got to see how the sausage is made, right? And it's very eye-opening. A lot of times when you're sitting in an academic perch, you don't really understand that. So I encourage all of you just to be as open to new experiences as possible. I think yours that's remarkable, actually.
Well, Dr. Rachel, with that chart up there, it was a super busy chart and it had all like a gazillion things on it. Not the Path to Sustainability one, which was small little railroad track. The other one, that is what being in government is exactly like. Because what you're doing is trying to figure out how to get something from here to there with 800 other things that you need to think about and balance and find your way through. So if you're thinking of getting into public life, go have a look at that chart. It'll tell you what you're in for.
Okay, so building on that, and I promise you we're going to get to natural resources. British Columbia is sort of at the forefront of a lot of different things, so I'm definitely going to get there with you. But just generally, I wonder if you could share some of the biggest challenges you faced and how you managed to overcome them.
Well, I mean, in general, we live in a world where social media has really changed the way politics works, unfortunately. I mean, it should kind of be the other way around, right? But I think it's made politics really hard for people to understand and connect with. This whole focus on kind of with whom do you identify? So, if you saw the Barbie movie, you're probably one kind of person, and if you didn't, you're another kind of person. And I think that that's been really bad for our body politic in the world, where we classify people as something, and then we don't want to talk to them anymore. And so I would say one of the biggest challenges is trying to remember that you have to talk to everybody. So I'm going to give you an example of this. When I first became the premier, we were, Indigenous relations in our province, we have 203 First Nations. Almost all of them are untreated. It's a huge issue. And people are mired in poverty. Their statistics are just awful for addiction, incarceration, child apprehension, you name it. And I thought that if I went into an Indigenous community, they would hate me because I represent colonialism to them and all the hurt that they experience. So I started going into Indigenous communities, and I was scared to do it. And I would sit down with them, and they would get mad at me, and they would, and I would say to them, what do you want? And they'd give me this list of like 100 things they wanted the government to do, like year-round road, new school, whatever. And I would say, why are you so angry at me, and why is this list so long? And they would say, because you white people never come here. And we have never had a politician come to our community. And my guess is you're probably never coming back. So the list is long. I'm going to get out all of my anger at you. And then every time after that, the meetings were great. And it's just, those are kind of some of the challenges you face, and I think a lot of them are about talking to people and listening to people, and not being afraid that people are going to disagree with you.
That's a fantastic message. If you take nothing else away from the last 2 days, I think that's it, right? That's actually what we strive to do here at the Baker Institute, is be a platform for all voices, so we can actually have conversations that sometimes aren't the easiest ones to have, but it is important, definitely. So I'll lean into that one a little bit. So that's definitely a challenge that you confronted head on. What would you say, perhaps out of that experience, was your greatest achievement?
With Indigenous people in particular,
Yeah.
First Nations, as they call themselves in British Columbia, it is the recognition that we cannot improve the lives of people who live in terrible poverty, in our case, First Nations people, by studying what went wrong and apologizing for what went wrong. The way you solve poverty is to create wealth. And creating wealth in communities, in Indigenous communities, allows them to take control of their own future, to stop having government bureaucrats tell them what their future should look like, depending on a handout. Then they can shape their communities and their vision of where they want to go with dignity and with wealth. And the other thing I realized is that First Nations communities, most First Nations communities are rural, and you can't, nobody's going to put an office building in downtown, I don't know, well, there's a lot of places you probably never heard of, but nobody's going to put an office building in one of those places. But you might put a fish farm, you might put an LNG plant, you might have a lumber tenure. There's a lot of resources in those communities. And the problem has been that when we carved up the land, we carved it up and gave up tenures to a lot of people. And it's very hard to disturb the shape of who gets what piece of the pie by saying we're going to cut out another piece of it. What I realized is that government takes a lot of money out of resources. And what does government do with its money? It spends some of it on social services, and it spends a lot of it on growing government. And I thought, well, why don't we give our piece of it to the First Nations? And then let them spend the money. And it became it was a completely backward way of thinking about how government relates to First Nations, that puts First Nations in the driver's seat of decision making and lets them spend some of the money that comes off their traditional territory. And it really worked.
Novel idea.
Yeah, well, smaller government isn't a novel idea, but it's hard to achieve.
No, I understand. So you mentioned LNG. Yesterday we had a really stimulating panel discussion on the role of natural gas. And Davis Timms, who's CEO of Western LNG, was actually on the panel.
Yeah.
He didn't really get to talk much about the specific project in British Columbia, but I've talked to him about it. It's actually very interesting what they've done, and the engagement with First Nations individuals in British Columbia. I wonder if you could talk about the evolution of that, because you were in office when a lot of this started. So
Yeah.
I think that would be really interesting to hear.
Yeah, well, in fact, I was in office, when I first got to office in 2011, it was illegal to export LNG in British Columbia, because we had this idea that the way to meet our climate goals was to make sure that British Columbia produced less carbon. And we're like a little dinky place. We make no impact on the world's carbon emissions. We have to be thinking, I thought, well, we have to be thinking about India and China and coal and, trying to help people transition into renewables ultimately. And, we've got this product, we should be exporting it. So, but I didn't really know any of that when I first got there. There was a First Nations chief up in Kitimat, and he came to me, which is now where the Shell project is. Which is going to be 14 million tons and hopefully 28 million, who said to me, look, Christy, we got to start exporting LNG. I think we can do that. He was just like a guy, his community's like 1,000 people. And I went around to all the deputies in government and I said, we need a jobs plan. And so what are we going to do? And one of them said, there's this guy from Kitimat who thinks we should export LNG. So we put it in our jobs plan. And then we kind of stumbled on it. But it became the centerpiece of everything that we were trying to do in terms of a workforce strategy, taxation, royalties, carbon tax, Indigenous relations. It became a huge project for us, and we've got 160 years of accessible natural gas if we're exporting 4 trillion tons a year. So that's a lot of natural gas that we've got to export, and for us it became central to our climate strategy. Changing the law around that became really, really important for us, and it's again become pivotal for First Nations relationships and economic growth in remote communities. But Western LNG is interesting because it's actually that First Nation, the Niska, were always at odds with us for a long time, and they're the first modern day treaty that was ever done was with them in not my government, a previous government, and they were really suspicious about LNG. But, it's one of those ideas that takes a little time for people to get their heads around. They own in fee simple the land that the project will be built on. They're hoping to do 12 million tons. They are partnering with tons of really credible guys out of Calgary and, of course, here in Houston. And it's going to be an offshore project, very little environmental impact, and they are really close to Japan up there, really close. So it's going to be a great economic project. And it was really just a matter of First Nations kind of coming around to the fact that this is something, you know what it is? Is it's First Nations people don't want to not develop resources. My experience has been when they're opposing resource development, it's because they never get any piece of it. And it's their traditional territory. And they've been, logging it and fishing at it and hunting on it for, 10,000 years. And then somebody comes and takes away all those resources. And they're not saying, don't take away any resources. They're saying, but let us be partners in it. And so the guys at Western LNG have made this incredible partnership and completely turned around the community's interest from being opposed to LNG to supporting it.
That is really interesting. There's another fascinating aspect of that. I believe it's true that they will power all their operations with hydropower. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I wonder if you could kind of step into, because British Columbia has a massive hydro resource as well. And when you talk about just natural resources, right? You mentioned logging, you mentioned fishing. We've talked about natural gas, but there's also hydro. It really does present an interesting juxtaposition of both fossil fuels and other natural resources, and how development could actually drive prosperity, not just in British Columbia, but abroad, and ultimately decarbonization abroad.
Yeah.
So how have all of those competing interests sort of merged around what appears to be a provincial strategy, though?
Yeah, when we started the LNG idea in 2011, we said it was going to be the greenest LNG in the world, and it is going to be the greenest LNG in the world. And we knew that technology would also catch up with us too, so we weren't exactly sure how we would accomplish it at the time, but we're getting there. We also, though, approved a project that had been on the books for 50 years, which is a new dam we call Site C. And it was super controversial, and no government had been willing to touch it. But my view was, if we wanted our LNG to be the cleanest in the world, we needed to provide clean energy. So we approved that project in 2014. It should be finished, maybe 2025. Should be up and running, and they're going to double the line, we hope, going to double the line out to the West Coast. So, just the geography is, the natural gas is up in the northeast of our province. The coast is on the kind of the northwest of the province, and Site C and our hydro facilities are all up there in the same area that the LNG is, or that the natural gas is produced. So it's a perfect marriage. Now, the cost of the dam has gone from $8 billion to $16 billion, but and there are fish impacts, obviously. But I think, I think a lot about climate change and what the world's going to be like for my son, and I worry about that a lot. And, I think we figured out how we can manage fish impacts. We figured out how we can manage some of those environmental footprint of dams. We haven't yet figured out how we're going to resolve climate change. So I think, in all the trade-offs that you make, as Dr. Rachel pointed out, I think this was one that was worth making.
Interesting. Yeah, I was going to raise that, actually. It sounds like there was some thought that went into the trade-offs there.
Oh, we were protested every day. Like the federal minister of justice used to protest us in a canoe, and it was.
So how did that get resolved?
Well, once I retired from politics in 2017, and I said, before I go, we are going to get this project past the point of no return so no one can cancel it, which we did. And the next government tried to cancel it, but they couldn't. So that's how we got it there.
Interesting. So that actually begs another question. In all of that experience to get that moving forward, and ultimately to be successful, and now there's more than one, right? Yeah, you mentioned Kitimat as well. So, what lesson do you think your experience carries for other governments who are trying to resolve very similar issues?
Well, I think the first lesson I would say for people who are in politics is you can't imagine that investment is just going to come to your jurisdiction if you just sit there and do nothing. Politicians have to be active in trying to shape an economic and industrial policy, and then supporting the private sector in finding its way through all that chart that Dr. Rachel put up. And so for me, that meant we sat down with companies and said, and at the time we had a lot, there were 18 proposals in the pipeline at the time. Petronas was a second big project, Exxon, Chevron. And we said, okay, how many workers do you think you're going to need? We don't know what kind of workers you need, so tell us. And then we went out and we went to colleges across the province, especially in the north, and we started creating training programs so they would have workforce. So that's one thing. There has to be certainty for investment. I think no one wants to invest in a jurisdiction where they think that the goalposts are going to change all the time, and that the economics are going to change at the stroke of a pen because suddenly your carbon tax is tripled, because the economics just don't work. And there are a lot of places you can go in the world, may not have the rule of law and they may not have a democratically elected government, but maybe they don't have a carbon tax. So certainty is another one. Planning together and working together is a second one. And then for some of those things that are a little bit ephemeral to the private sector but vitally important to the project, First Nations, again, for us was another big one, but it could be communities, in any community where you're doing it. There are deals you can't make in the private sector in democratic nations. So, Shell wasn't going to build a school and a year-round road, or Petronas wasn't, on Lulu Island up in the northwest British Columbia. That was a deal only the government could do. So we did that. And we said, we're going to help you with your child protection issues too, so that fewer of your children are taken away and sent to foster families. Private sector can't do that. But communities need a lot of things. The private sector can provide lots of economic opportunity, and you can have a great environmental profile. But the private sector isn't in the business of social services. That's what government needs to do to support investment. So, certainty, some of that extra community work that needs to happen are really, really important. And I just think, and you have to be a friendly place for investment. Like, we did a lot of fundraising around the world, especially with state-owned companies in China, Japan, Malaysia, India, to make sure that our project, our projects had access to that money. And you got to do it, you got to sell it.
Yeah.
That's not really a problem in the States. Canadians aren't that good at selling, but Americans, you guys know what you're doing.
You've actually raised a point that's been raised multiple times over the last day and a half, and that's actually the very first panel yesterday. I think Balaji actually raised this from Chevron. He said, what companies really want is certainty, right? And there's an element of that wasn't raised until you just brought it up, which is investment in human capital, mentioned the social dimensions, and it gets back to what's the balancing act that has to be played there. But I think that's a really important, it's an interesting one, because if you go around the world and you look at different places, you mentioned democratically elected, societies. In some places where it's not democratic, companies do invest in those sorts of things, right? And it's typically viewed as an investment in the future, right? So the license to operate.
In stability,
right?
yeah,
exactly.
your social license.
I don't know that I see that very much in the United States. There's a lot of discussion about retraining workforces. We heard in the panel earlier today, actually, about the need for a very specific type of engineer, expertise in chemistry, chemical engineering, et cetera. And everybody's trying to hire the same individuals, right? There is a massive stock of very well-educated people that could pretty easily move into those roles, but there's still uncertainty about the longevity of those roles. And so I wonder if you could comment on what role the government of British Columbia has played in providing those assurities that there is a long term here.
We were a little bit forceful about it, and I recognize I'm at a university, so I don't want to make anybody mad, but we went to universities and we said, look, if you're not, for example, increasing your STEM cohort, that's the only money we have is for STEM cohort. So we're not letting you open up any more seats for lawyers. I say that, I'm Bennett Jones, the Canadian business law firm. And because we have a lot of lawyers, right? But we didn't have enough people in STEM. So we were quite directive about that as the primary funder of universities. And we were really generous with colleges too. We tried to build specific Indigenous training programs as well. So you get that lower economic cohort of people who can really be trained up to become an apprentice, for example. And in some communities that meant that somebody would be paid to go in, wake guys up in the morning, shake them out of bed, and make sure that they got to work, because maybe they hadn't worked a lot in their lives, or paid for them to get their driver's license back because maybe they had a DUI or something, and it was unlocking all the potential at the top, and then kind of at that, the level of people who were finding their way back into the workforce, which is a stubborn and difficult problem for governments to try and resolve.
Sure. Well, thank you so much for being here. This has been amazing.
Delighted.
And I can't think of a better way to build off of what Rachel just talked about in terms of understanding trade-offs than leaning into your experience as Premier of British Columbia. Yeah. I guess one final question that I want to ask you. What role do you think, given how things are evolving in British Columbia and then Canada more generally, your province and then Canada as a whole will play in shaping the future of the planet with regard to energy?
I think that story has yet to be written. I think Canada is punching below its weight on the world stage at the moment. Sadly, our relationship with India has been badly ruptured. I don't know if anybody's been following that down here. And I would argue unnecessarily ruptured. And, it's been heartbreaking for me, having started this LNG journey in 2011 for Canada. And now the Chancellor in Germany is coming to Canada. The Ukrainian, all of the displacement in the world energy market as a result of what's gone on in Ukraine. People are coming to Canada and saying, where are you? We need your resources. You're a democratic country that abides by the rule of law with higher environmental standards. The Japanese want what we have. The Koreans want what we have. And we aren't in a position yet to deliver it. And so I always remind Canadian audiences that international power is largely defined by what you have to transact. Canada being full of nice people is great, but it doesn't really, get the softwood lumber agreement settled with the United States. The reason we settled the softwood lumber agreement with the US is because Prime Minister Chrétien responded to President Bush's call to have boots on the ground in Afghanistan. We were the first ones, boots on the ground in Afghanistan. Guess what happened? Softwood lumber agreement was settled, shortly thereafter. That's how it works. And if Canada wants to play a role in the world, we need to have something to supply the world that's really important. And we're still on a path to getting there, sadly. But I think, as projects like Western LNG get underway, and of course the Shell project gets underway, I think our influence, British Columbia's influence, and Canada's influence in the world will grow enormously.
Great. Everybody join me in thanking Christy.
Thank you.
Outstanding. Thank you so much. That was awesome.
Thank you for having me. It's just such an honor.
So just keeping in mind time and understanding everybody wants to get to lunch, we'll go ahead and get started. So my name is Travis Wofford. I'm the chair of the corporate department at Baker Botts in Houston. I've been representing energy and technology companies my entire career, solar for about 15, and proudly with Senova Energy for 10 of those. Thank you for having us today. I'm joined by Dan DeSnyder. So Dan has 26 years of energy industry experience. He started his career in the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, where he was awarded 2 Exceptional Performance Awards from President Clinton for his work on energy security policy. He later held a series of increasingly senior roles at Shell and subsequently at Standard Chartered. Since 2019, he's been at Senova Energy, Houston hometown heroes there, which is the second largest residential solar provider in the United States. In his time at Senova, Dan and his team have executed 14 asset-backed securitizations for about $3.5 billion, over 20 tax equity financings. They've structured over $2 billion in revolving credit facilities and delivered high-yield bonds, equity, and convertible financings totaling an additional $2.5 billion. And last week, Senova announced the signing of a landmark $3.3 billion loan guarantee agreement with the Department of Energy's Loan Programs Office, which Dan conceived, structured, and executed on behalf of Senova, and I had the pleasure of helping out on just a little bit. So thank you for being here, Dan.
Yeah, great to be here.
So for those of you just coming to the party, we're going to talk solar, okay? Global solar is on a tear if you are not paying attention. First conceived, a little bit of history lessons, in about the 1800s. Solar really was only used for like NASA satellites until about 1973 oil embargo, and then policy changed and commercialization became a priority globally. It took about 50 years from that to get to last year, where we hit the milestone of 1 terawatt of deployed solar generation capacity. To give you an idea of what the pace is now, the 2nd terawatt is expected to be done 3 years after that, 2025. The 3rd terawatt, about 18 months afterwards. So when we're thinking about the scale of solar, we've got a 30-minute spot here, but I have a feeling in future years, maybe we'll have a little bit more time on this one. So what does that look like, right? So China alone, they currently install about 150 gigawatts a year. They sell much more than that, about 80% of all the manufacturing capacity, at a price of about 17.5 cents a watt. Europe installed about 40 gigawatts last year, understandably pushing into that after the Russia gas energy crisis. The US was at 35 gigawatts. That was before the IRA. IRA incentives are estimated to cover about 16 cents per watt. Think about that when you compare to the 17.5 cents that China's producing at. But to be sure, there are headwinds, right? So when you're doing a terawatt of generation every 18 months, you run out of land pretty quickly. And then obviously transmission. There's a solution to that. There are several solutions, but I think one of the ones that is near and dear to my heart is distributed residential solar. So Dan, as as somebody who's looked at energy from the policy side, the energy security side, being an oil and gas guy, being an energy finance guy, and now in solar, why don't you kind of give us your view of the lay of the land?
Well, you're right. Solar is moving very fast. So solar has gone from effectively no part of the energy solution mix to 5%. The EIA anticipates that we're going to be about 30% of the solution by 2050. And Senova's business, focused on the residential part of the equation, residential distributed generation, is just, I mean, you can tell from some of the numbers we're talking about with the financing that Senova does, it's just absolutely gangbusters, incredibly, incredibly busy. And I feel sometimes in Texas, in Houston, if you don't mind, and it is my hometown, that we're really flying under the radar. And it's incredible to me because we are so busy and we're so demonstrably important to the solution and candidly a constructive partner as part of that solution, right? When we look at that energy cocktail mix over time, we understand that the massive growth that we see in electricity generation is going to come from low-cost wind and low-cost solar. We see nuclear energy remaining flat, a flat contributor. We see natural gas generation as remaining flat, and that's shocking. When I was working at the CIA, we were trying to do a pipeline called the Trans-Caspian Pipeline. And an old seasoned guy at the time laughed at me and he said, yeah, you're never going to get this done. Gas is the energy of the future and always has been, right? Or always will be, excuse me. And, it's incredible because gas should have had a tremendous moment, right? Should have had a tremendous moment over the last 15 years. And I can't tell you why it hasn't, but here we are, and it's not. The thing that's happening and the place where the action is, and candidly a lot of really exciting thinking, is in residential solar. And also utility scale and C&I solar, and we can talk about that too.
So residential solar, what's special about that? And even more broadly, why solar? Why is it solar as opposed to another energy source?
Right. So let's tackle that in two parts. Why solar first? We'll start at the back end. Solar is incredibly cheap, and solar is incredibly resilient. And these are two things that are absolutely the heart of the matter for the U.S. Policy question at this point in time, in my opinion, right? So solar is cheap. Solar, from the growth that we've seen, which has all occurred pre-IRA, right, last September, that solar has got something going on economically. It is the lowest cost electricity that you can add to the grid. It's absolutely the lowest cost. And utility scale solar is shockingly cheap. Residential solar, which gives consumers the power to control their own energy, and I think that philosophy really resonates in America for a variety of reasons we can talk about. But residential energy, these resi solar installations that we do at Senova, providing PV panels for your roof and maybe a battery in the garage, things of this nature, that is economically superior, marginally so, but not by a lot, but better than new natural gas power generation. And that's incredible to me, because we weren't talking about solar at all until all of a sudden it was everywhere. Right.
So can you talk a little bit about, you mentioned you've got the solar and then maybe you've got a battery in there as well. Right. So what's the point of the battery? What's the function of the battery? And what does that really add to the equation?
Right, so that's great. So that's well done, Travis. So there are two things, right? I said that there were the savings, and you've tactfully guided me back, in case the audience missed it, to resiliency, right? Well, I live about 5 blocks that way on Milford Boulevard. And this morning, when I was trying to do investor calls to help place this important transaction that we've recently completed with the Department of Energy, our power went out in the whole neighborhood for 2 hours. My kids are home from school today, from Presbyterian school, because in the 4th largest city in America, our grid stinks. It's a shame, it's an embarrassment, but our grid stinks. And I could editorialize on this a lot. You tend to when you're frustrated because your kids are, interrupting your Zoom calls. But I think, gosh, we got here purposefully, right? There's another economy, Japan. They had a lost decade that lasted 15 years, right? They had disinflation or stagflation. And when we think about Japan now, we think about all the bullet trains and the modernization and all this incredible stuff that they did during that time period when they had access to inexpensive capital. They created jobs, they did all that stuff then. That's Japan, right? Mm-hmm. When we had access to that cheap capital prior, right, for I don't know how many years, maybe 20, right? Since Clinton, we've had this, since Bush 1, we've had this fantastic economy, access to cheap capital, very constructive monetary policy, and we blew it. We didn't do anything for our grid, did we? I mean, demonstrably, my kids are at home today. My view is that that was a missed opportunity. And so the position that we're in now is one in which we have to find, or where we don't have to do anything, right? We absolutely don't have to do anything. But we would really benefit from finding creative ways to do public-private partnerships that bring resiliency to the grid, support the grid, expand the grid in ways that are economic and that help consumers and put us on a road to something better than what I had this morning. So you asked not about all that editorializing, but about batteries in the garage. So Senova provides, we have a small suite of services, or products, I should say. So Senova provides PV panels for your roof, batteries for your garage, oftentimes both of those things at once. Battery technology, this is shocking. We sell a third of our systems with batteries. In certain locations where we're trying to lean into policy, like Puerto Rico, we put a battery on every system that we install. And the reason we do that is because batteries, this fledgling technology from 2019 that now is everywhere, right? Batteries allow consumers to really catalyze superior savings from the grid in a way that they can't otherwise. So utility price CAGRs have gone up on the order of 12 to 20% on average for about 4 years now, during this time that solar has been taking off, right? That last year, utility prices went up 14% on average in the lower 48. Like, that's 2x plus inflation, right? We talk about inflation all the time, but we're not talking about these utilities that are monopolies, that are absolutely delivering an inferior service relative to the service that I had when I was a kid, right? And it's just not okay. And so what the battery does when it's coupled with one of our PV systems, our photovoltaic panels on your roof, is it allows the consumer to load share and load shift, right? So you're charging your battery all day, and then when you need that, when peak power occurs in the evenings, rather than firing up a natural gas-fired plant, which has worse economics, your Senova battery system kicks on and you power your house for 6 to 8 hours, however long, right? With the battery, with the power that you've saved in that battery. And we have all sorts of ancillary technologies that go around that, which are really cool and really fun, which I'd love to tell you about. I don't think we have time for that. We're 12 minutes in, but.
Well, I'll ask you one thing. I'm just one person. If I put panels on my roof and I get a battery in my house, how is that going to change grid stability if it's just me?
Right.
Or how many people are doing this?
So I very purposely, when I think about Senova, right, and you didn't ask me, you don't know much about Senova. We're a public company. We've been public since 2019. We've been at this for over a decade. Senova does, I like to say that Senova manages assets and power. And that's important because we actually are owning a lot of the assets which we install where we use what's called tax equity, right? So we own assets and we help consumers take out loans to purchase assets. So just like you can go to your Ford dealership and take out a lease to buy a car, right? And Ford continues to own the car and you give it back. We lease systems to people and put them on their roofs. And we do that over a 25-year term, life, right? Likewise, we can help you drive off the lot in a loan for your PV system, right? And then you can own your own system. When you get a Senova system like that, you typically save 15 to 20% immediately on your power prices, right? And think about, so from the consumer's perspective, you're absolutely undercutting this utility pricing, right? And you remove yourself effectively from the grid. Senova's got 350,000 customers, right, that have access to our systems that they either own themselves or that we own. And they can control those systems, or we can control our fleet of those systems. And one of the things that we've done as part of this public-private partnership with the Department of Energy is we are installing really, really cool software that provides a supply-side solution and a demand-side solution for people. So what does that mean? Well, the supply-side solution is virtual power plant software that's embedded in the systems that allow people to sell where law allows, because the law doesn't always allow us to do this. Crazy. You can sell your power into the grid in certain locations. And you can do that by discharging your battery at 6 p.m. when power is really expensive for everyone else and get paid for it. That's great, right? That's really, really cool. And then the demand side solution is this really fun widget that we've built on your phone. And it's kind of like, I like to think of it as it's kind of like a Fitbit for your house. So just like my watch tells me to get up and walk around when I've been sitting for too long, this application, this widget which sits inside of our My Senova app, tells consumers, it nudges their behavior one way or the other. So it might tell you, hey, look, Travis, this really isn't a great time to be charging your EV. I see you've just plugged the thing in. Look at what this does for your carbon footprint, and look at the costs because of look at the carbon you're going to generate given the time it is and the type of power being produced on the utility that serves you right now where you are, right? And here's the cost to you of that as well. So really, why don't you change your behavior? Demand side solution, right? And this complements the supply side solution.
So it's interesting, that's the first time that you mentioned carbon. Like,
right.
You were talking about why solar. It was, well, economics and resiliency. And when you're kind of putting it to the consumer, hey, consumer, we can talk about carbon, but the growth in solar, do you think that that's really been the climate change initiative that's been doing it, or?
Well, there's everything but a bust of Dick Cheney in this office, in this green room in the front of the building here, and I think very highly of all the gentlemen from that period of time and policy, because I think that they were really extraordinary people that the country benefited from. But Cheney, of course, famously, saw some of the things that I am putting my life into as virtues, right? Not necessities or something else. And 100%, solar is just a better, more economic solution for consumers. It's cheaper, it's more reliable. We don't have to talk about carbon reduction or any of these things. It's just a better answer, bluntly.
So I got a question from the audience. They said, oh, it's solar with a home battery, that's great. Is the battery going to charge my EV at night? If not, what fuel is going to charge my EV here in Houston at night?
Oh, I'm so glad you asked. Well, your EV and mine, because I have an EV charger, is going to be powered by the battery, which gets charged up all day long from your PV panels. So, your battery can do two things at once. It can power your house and it can charge your car up in the evening. It does. That's what they do, right? They're great at that.
Another question. So, we talked about the individual. I think at scale, these kind of play into the virtual power plant concept, right? What about the cash flows? So you mentioned a 25-year cash flow on one of these. You're a finance guy. What can you do with that?
Right. So this is really fun, especially in Texas. So I'm a petroleum engineer, and I worked in reservoir engineering for a long time. And a lot of us are oil and gas people. We know it from our friends and families or our professional lives. And so a lot of us understand what a decline curve looks like on an unconventional wellbore, right? You got all that value up front, right? When all that production comes online from that well and it's unloading, right, from those near wellbore fractures for the first 6 months of its life. That's where all the value is in those wells. And then you've got this long decline curve, and we usually say 30-year life on one of those wells, right? And we don't factor in appropriate cost of methane emissions or, abandonment, plugging and abandoning those wells, right, permanently, so on and so forth. And we're going to talk about that, and the energy industry is going to struggle with those things, right, over the next 5 years when we try to quantify them. But leave those costs aside. Compare that, and oh, by the way, you make some assumptions as an investment banker on what the value, the cost of those hydrocarbons is going to be when you sell them. So you build in some price curve, and maybe if you're lucky, you can hedge it out for 5 years, and you pay an outrageous premium to hedge out, the value of those barrels of oil for the next 5 years. Compare that to what we've got with this product, right? So we sign up a customer on day one, and they start saving 20% tomorrow. It's fantastic. They agree to send Senova or their other, high quality residential solar installer. We're not the only shop in town. I think that we're distinguished, and there are things about us that are special. Happy to tell you why my baby is more handsome. My kids are also both above average. Right? So you sign up for 25 years worth of payments to Senova, and those payments are the same, right? Every month for 25 years. They're recurring, stubbornly long-lived cash flows. And now think about, there's some hierarchy of needs that we all got to know and think really hard about, I guess. We got to know them as we thought about them during the pandemic. And very close to the top of that hierarchy, there's food, there's shelter, there's keeping the lights on and the house cool in Texas in the summertime. And then there's other stuff as well. And below those other things, as we all know, there are things like your student loan payments, your credit card payments, your cable bill, all the subscription services, like all that stuff is below. What Senova provides in those very homogeneous, very long-lived payment streams is something that everybody wants to pay. And if you don't pay your bill, you're going to sign up for that service that doesn't work, right? That's got my kids home from school today from Presbyterian, right? You're going to get a less reliable service, and you'll immediately, the day you stop paying your bill to your residential solar provider, you're going to pay more. So as a result of that, not only are we providing a good service, but we have a collateral stream of payments, which I can do all sorts of creative things with, which is resilient in a way and is prioritized by the consumer in a way that makes it look a lot like your mortgage. And in the world of consumer credit, like a mortgage is solid gold. It's the apex predator, right? And so that's exactly where we want to be. So the flexibility of that payment, the characteristics of that stream of collateral performance allows me to do all sorts of interesting things with tax equity partners, and insurance companies, and governments, and other people who require the security and the confidence that comes right with collateral like that. And that's one of the things that underpinned, that allowed us to do this really groundbreaking transaction, I think, with the Department of Energy.
So let's talk about it. Let's talk about the Project Hestia program, how the cash flows play into that, what kind of the financial evolution of this looks like, and can you also talk about it in the context of virtual power plants?
Yeah, okay. So I've already mentioned my personal view that we have a problem with our grid, or an opportunity perhaps to improve its performance, its reliability, and its pricing. I think that we're late to the party, but there's never but it's time to start. So what Project Hestia does is it recognizes that people benefit from access to this product. The government says we want more people to have this product, just like we wanted them to have access to mortgages and student loans and things of this nature, right? This is a product that's good for America. Sounds kooky, but it really is. I really believe that. And so what we've done is we've partnered with the Department of Energy's Loan Program Office. The Loan Program Office is absolutely a trustworthy counterparty. They've been at this since 2005. I know we have one of our distinguished past secretaries of energy in the room today. The Department of Energy has been with us since 2005, and it's served across a variety of administrations and deployed $38 billion worth of financing without any interruption or political interference. That's critical, right? And so what they've asked us to do is to help get more solar systems with this supply and demand side solution on them. It's a qualifying technology that allows us to participate in a program called the Title 17 Clean Energy Program. And we've agreed to use that. The government has agreed to backstop the credit of the term loan that they offer to us. Stay with me here, it's going to get thick. The government has agreed to backstop the collateral performance of all of the systems that we put into the guarantee program. And that allows us, by backstopping that collateral performance, it allows us to underwrite customers in places and with credit profiles which we couldn't underwrite before. So we're going to go to more people and more places with this program because of this government backstop.
Is the government giving you money?
So, yeah, it's not a big bucket of money. So, unfortunately, right? I kid, and this is serious. I should not. So, I think no one likes a government handout, and that's not what this is. Just as my mother co-signed on my graduate school loans, the government is stepping in to say, if this collateral fails, this very safe collateral, which Senova has securitized 18 times right over the course of its life and never ever had a problem with, and this collateral has all sorts of protections around it that make it safe, right? The government will step in and pay the collateral performance to investors if a sufficient volume of the 60%, if over 40% of the collateral fails, the government steps in and backs it up. Until then, Senova does all the backstopping of the credit. So there's a huge crumple zone in this deal, in this transaction, where Senova backs the credit until almost half of it fails, at which point the government steps in and says, okay, we're going to help now. And so in this way, we're going to underwrite more people in more places. We've agreed to specific criteria related to that reflects the Biden administration's J40 initiative, which seeks to direct 40% of all federal investments in clean energy efficiency and the like to disadvantaged communities. And we've also agreed to target exactly 20% of all the collateral we put into the channel to make sure that 20% of all the collateral that goes into the deal is located in Puerto Rico, which is almost entirely a disadvantaged community. So there are other things that we've agreed to do to be a good partner. We're going to give the administration and the DOE access to information to help them understand the impact of the policy, and we're going to report out, and we're going to try to target disadvantaged communities in the lower 48 as well. But that's it in a nutshell, right? It's a guarantee. The government has agreed to backstop credit. They don't provide us access to money. They just have raised their hand and said, this makes sense, this is a good thing, it can help out, we'll be there. And I think that that's great. I feel really good about that. And another thing, and I'm going down the structuring piece a little bit here, but what the Department of Energy usually does is guarantee term loans to companies. So they guaranteed a term loan to Tesla, over 10 years ago. And Tesla used that money to finance its balance sheet and grow the business, right? They've offered a $10 billion guarantee to Ford Motor Co. and SK Americas, a joint venture to build a couple car plants in the United States. Both of those deals are very much focused on the balance sheet and specific projects that those companies are going to do. What we're doing is much, much better for taxpayers, and it's much safer because I've taken that term loan structure and I've jammed it into an ABS deal, an asset-backed securitization. And so I have this bucket, this finite volume of guaranteed dollars, and I'm going to peel them off. There's 3 billion of them, and I'm going to peel them off in $300 million strips. And I'm going to take each $300 million strip and I'm going to put it into a package. I'm going to over-collateralize it by 40%, and then I'm going to put other protections around it so that it's remote from Senova, and then I'm going to launch it and it goes off by itself, and I can't mess with it, there's no fraud, there's no risk of anything like that, and that individual transaction has to fail over 40% before the government steps in. And I do that 10 times by just keep peeling off these guarantees. And so each one of these things is insulated, right, and has a crumple zone.
So what kind of, in short, for the non-finance people in the audience, what that really means is you've got assets that have already been originated by Senova. You're taking this government guarantee in order to refinance the debt that they already had that was used to generate the products. And then the risk to the government is basically subsidized by Senova because you put in a lot more assets than really needs to be there in order for the financing piece.
That's right. And I think, so I'm sorry that, thank you for sticking with us during that 5-minute piece of the conversation. I know it's probably pretty dry. But I think what would really be great is if this channel that we've created turns into a commodity, it's called an agency guarantee. If we can create more programs like this to support the grid, where we have agency guarantees and private-public partnerships, and we can generate a whole asset class like we've done with Fannie and Freddie, where conservative investors can come in and say, yeah, I 100% want to put my money to work in this thing that is economic, which also happens to be doing really good things for the grid, right, and improving the situation for all of us, and getting to a good policy outcome without deploying US Treasury dollars. Like, wouldn't that be great? That just seems like such a positive outcome to me. So I do hope that our peers in the space and other solar energy providers, whether it's in the utility scale side or more in the resi side, adopt similar programs. And we would love to be part of getting to that solution.
And just to hit one of the questions that we got, so for the Hestia program and otherwise, the systems that you guys are generating, can those participate in virtual power plants? And can you give kind of an overview of what a virtual power plant is?
Right. So a virtual power plant is sometimes, a virtual power plant is when a series of distributed energy generating systems, a whole bunch of people's roofs and batteries in their garages, all communicate and coordinate to dispatch energy into the grid at certain times and are compensated for it. This type of load sharing and shaving is a viable alternative yesterday to building new gas-fired plants, and it will accelerate the retirement of other peaker-type facilities that we are currently using.
So I think we're just about at time. So let me ask you kind of a general question that goes back to what you said about yesterday, right? So we've got the IRA now since August. We're really starting, I think, just on the cusp of starting to feel its effects. We're starting to see these government initiatives, Justice 40 and others, that are influencing energy policy and energy industry. Are those things where somewhere down the road, a new administration or Congress just takes them, pulls the rug out, and solar, it's not economic anymore,
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense?
Yeah.
Or
That's a great question. So let's do it in two parts. For the Hestia program, this guarantee program with the government, those dollars are appropriated. And so they're already gone, right? And in each of these SPVs that we over-collateralize and create and launch, those are untouchable. They're absolutely bulletproof. So once those dollars are deployed, they can't be touched. So that is a very safe program. And again, the Department of Energy's Loan Program Office, they're pros, and the program was built with concerns like that in mind. Turning to the economics of solar, I wish that I could make it more obvious how compelling the economics of how compelling the economics of solar are. Utility scale solar is, I don't know, a quarter of the price, about a fifth of the price of a new gas generation facility. It's 20% of the price. Come on, right? Residential solar is on par. Before any government intervention. With government intervention, resi solar is about 30% cheaper than a new gas power plant. And they're a lot easier to build. I can put one of these on your roof inside of a month. It takes about 2 days to get done, and you've got savings for 25 years, at least 20% over your local utility. So I'm not trying to sell you a system, but my goodness,
but if you need one, you know who to call.
But you just this stuff is here, it's viable, and it's just going like a freight train through the energy space. Sir? There is no sun. You're right. It's entirely possible that the sun could not shine for an entire year. That is a real risk. But I think different people have different appetites for risk, and so I'm pretty comfortable with that, sir.
I think to that point, though, one of the questions that I think we tried to address is, well, the sun only shines so many hours out of the day, right? And the point of having the battery with the PV system, a hybrid system, is that you're able to load shift, right? So you store the power that's produced during the day, and then you either use it or you discharge it onto the grid in the afternoon.
That's right. And look, these batteries, a system doesn't have to be functioning in island mode, right? We're talking about homes in West University or here that have panels on the roof and a battery in the garage, and they're attached to the grid. They're part of the solution. They're not trying to exit the system, okay? And this is important, because if the sun didn't shine for an entire year, you could run your home off of the grid for a whole year, right? You could. But more likely, right, when we have normal weather, you'll be charging up that battery, or the EV-sized battery that you're going to have in 3 years, right, in our garages, which can power your home for multiple days at a time.
Right.
And that battery will be able to power your home and pump into the grid by way of these virtual power plants. And that's a solution which is, we can actually do that as a country, right? We don't need to permit huge acres of land in West Texas and build and invest in massive transmission lines across the state and argue about whether Texas should be all by itself in its own little grid system or be a good neighbor or whatever, right? Like, we can do this stuff today. It's happening.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
That was a lot of fun.
We're going to get started. I know there's still folks out in the lobby getting some coffee, and they're going to be coming in here as we go, but we're running a little late, so I want to get started. Welcome. This is our panel on low carbon pathways for the transportation sector. I'm going to be our moderator today. My name's Mike Didrikson, and I'm a partner in the New York office at Baker Botts. I've been in the energy area my entire career, so I've got about 30 years of experience at this point in the energy sector. I'm a transactional attorney, both doing M&A and project development work. And I thought I'd take a quick moment here to tell a short anecdote to set the table here, and then I'm going to introduce all of our speakers, and then we'll really get into the details. When I started out my career, I worked in the energy business for a couple of years before I became an attorney. And I came into the attorney field sort of primed to do energy work. I got a job at a law firm that had some energy practice going on, and I asked to be part of the energy practice group at that firm. And just to be clear, I don't know if my MP's here, but I'm not talking about Baker Botts. I asked to be part of the energy group, and that caused some consternation. They thought that that was a little strange. They'd never had anybody ask that before. And I think they thought it was a little bit of a backwater, and I actually had the head of the corporate department say to me, "Are you sure you want to be pigeonholed as an energy guy?" And I said yes, and I will tell you that the last 25 plus years have been anything but backwater. There's been a ton of activity and a lot of change. Now, my hope is that for those of you who are here who are maybe considering getting started in the energy business, that the next 25 years see a lot more change than I've seen in the last 25, because we have a long way to go. We've made some progress, but we have a long way to go. So I'm joined here by 4 panelists, and I'm going to give them each a moment to introduce themselves. I've got Ed Emmett, who's a fellow here at the Baker Institute in Energy and Transportation Policy. I've got Tom Fox, who's the Vice President of Business Development at HIF Global. I'm going out of order. Tom's the next one over. Next to Ed is Pat Gruber, who's the CEO of Gevo. And on the far side is Rick Purry, who's the Director of Partnerships and Business Development for Hydrogen, Energy, and Mobility at Air Liquide. Ed, if we could start with you, maybe you could just give the audience a quick overview of your background and what you do.
Okay. Currently, I'm a fellow here at the Baker Institute in Energy and Transportation Policy, emphasis on transportation. Background, I spent 4 terms in the Texas House on the Transportation Committee, was Interstate Commerce Commissioner under President Bush 41, ran the National Industrial Transportation League for 11 or 12 years, which represented all the shippers, was involved in the OECD and basically deregulation of trucking and ocean shipping around the world. Had a brief stint back in politics in Harris County as Harris County Judge, and now I'm back in the world I love, the world of transportation policy.
I did have one of my colleagues email me the other night and say we would have been better off if you'd been reelected. Pat Gruber.
I started my career at Cargill in 1989. I've been working on renewable resource-based chemicals, products, and fuels since that time frame, so I'm a serious old-timer in this grand space of low-carbon products and carbon-negative things with renewables and technologies. I commercialized this plastic that's called NatureWorks PLA. It's this biodegradable compostable plastic. Most all of you have used at some point in your lives. I invented that and built the plants. I got bored with that and left Cargill, and I came over to do something bigger, and that was to do renewable resource-based carbon-negative hydrocarbons with a focus on gasoline, jet fuel, and diesel fuel. And it's actually co-opting technologies from the petrochemical industry, because a company like us, we know that carbohydrates are an incredibly efficient way of capturing carbon through photosynthesis. All the electrons are there, the carbon is there, and we can transform it into these hydrocarbon fuels and chemicals and plastics, make into an alcohol first, and there's several different alcohols we work with, but then you make olefins out of it, and those of you in the petrochemical industry know that olefins are the things that come out of crackers, so then we co-opt those technologies, things that are downstream of crackers, and then turn it into diesel fuel, jet fuel, gasoline, rubber, polyethylene, polypropylene. We can do all of those things. They're already technically enabled, and the world has changed, as Michael said, in that now people are starting to value carbon reduction for real. So business like ours, we're focused on carbon negative footprint for things that burn, get carbon negative after they're burned. That's what we focus on at Gevo.
All right, we'll come back to that, Pat, and get more into what you guys are doing in a little bit. Tom?
Hi, my name is Tom Fox. I lead commercial activities for HIF Global. HIF stands for Highly Innovative Fuels. My own background is a little bit of power, a lot of biofuels. I've been in the industry, I think, from 2007, so kind of grew up alongside of all the new regulations, first in the US and in Europe. Worked in London for quite a long time, originating deals in biospace there. And just quickly, I think because e-fuels are a bit of a new technology and not a lot of people are overly familiar with them, I just thought I'd give a quick primer, which is effectively that we take renewable electricity, we turn it into green hydrogen, we then capture CO2 either in a biogenic or industrial capture facility, and then we synthesize the hydrogen and the CO2 into a methanol-based molecule. And we can stop there and sell methanol, or we can upgrade it to e-gasoline or to e-SAF. So that's kind of a bit of an overview of what our company does, and kind of a sequel, let's say, to biofuels, where we're hoping that the scale problems of some of the agricultural pieces aren't quite as prevalent. So we'll see. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom. Rick?
Thanks, Michael. My name is Rick Puri, Director of Partnerships and Business Development for Air Liquide Hydrogen Energy and Mobility. For any of you unfamiliar with Air Liquide is a global producer of gases and related technologies. We've been in operation for 120 years, 60 years of which pioneering in the hydrogen space. We're present in over 70 countries. Here in the States, we've got over 1,400 locations across every state. A bit about myself and my role. So in my role, I help to lead partnership discussions across the hydrogen value chain to really help activate the downstream market, working with Class 8 trucking fleets, transit authorities, mining operations. My background is mechanical engineering, project management, technical sales. I've been with the company for almost 10 years. Just over a year ago, I transitioned into the energy transition space and hydrogen in particular, and been drinking from a fire hose, but enjoying every single minute of it, and just really happy to be here.
All right, thanks, Rick. So we're here to talk about the transportation sector, and why is the transportation sector so important to this conversation about getting to net zero? Well, in the US, the transportation sector accounts for about 33% of all greenhouse gas emissions. And if you look at where we want to get to by 2050, we basically need to make all of those go away by 2050. And that is a big and complex problem. It's not, the transportation sector encompasses a bunch of different modes of transport. And I think what we're going to find here today is that the answers are different depending on what you're talking about. And in some cases, there's a lot more than one answer. So with that, Ed, maybe I could start with you. Would you be able to give us an overview of the challenges facing the transportation sector? And maybe we can start with that, and then we'll take it from there into particular areas of transport.
Sure. I'm glad to be a part of this. Historically, the energy source or the fuel is what dictated transportation modes. If you think back, ships went from wind to steam to bunker fuel. Railroads went from steam to diesel electric. And all of the modes right now, except recently when some converted to electric, have been pretty much carbon-based fuels, completely. So now that we live in a world where everybody agrees that decarbonization has to occur, we have a jigsaw puzzle. Every mode's going to be different. And right now, we don't even know what the pieces look like for that jigsaw puzzle. So how are we going to put them all together? So one of the things we're looking at here, for example, at the Baker Institute, is what are the fuels of the future and which ones are going to fit which modes, and how much of each fuel can be produced, because then you have to allocate. I mean, what are the priorities? So examples, we really have four basic modes. You've got ocean, maritime. Well, they're port to port. They can determine pretty much what their fuel source will be. Railroads are really self-contained. They supply their own fuel depots, and so they can decide what their fuel of the future is going to be. Airplanes, they're not going to go electric anytime soon. They're going to have some kind of a fuel source. And then you get to the over-the-road trucks. Now, local trucks and things, yeah, you can electrify those, but over-the-road trucks are going to be different, because then you have all the fueling stations around the country that all have to go one direction, or at least two directions. But then that's just one piece of it, the differing modes. The second piece of the puzzle is existing assets. For example, on the ocean side, Maersk has decided they've just ordered 24 new methanol-fueled ships. They're big. They can do that. But there are going to be a lot of what we call tramp steamers out there that aren't going to make that transition. On the trucking side, for example, a whole lot of long-haul trucks are owned by independent owner-operators. Their life savings are tied up in that rig. They're not going to convert overnight to something else. Railroads, same thing. They've got a lot of locomotives out there that operate the way they do now. And of course, airlines, I don't have to tell you, they have a lot of assets too. So in addition to the fuels of the future, we're going to have to decide, okay, what's going to be the bridge to get there? And those are going to have pieces in them too. Drop-in fuels, and I think some of the panelists are going to be able to talk about that today, for existing assets. So this is going to be a giant puzzle, the end of which, we don't even know what it looks like. And so each mode's going to be different. But in the meantime, we're going to have to figure out a way to get to the ideal fuel for each mode. And that's probably going to take, over a decade for sure, maybe 2.
So you mentioned that in some cases we're going to look at drop-in fuels, and there may be longer-term solutions that are new technologies or new types of fuel. So, for example, a hydrogen-powered vehicle with a fuel cell is not going to be the same as a drop-in fuel where you're putting biodiesel into a cargo ship or SAF into an airplane. Pat, I thought I might jump to you here on the aviation front. So sustainable aviation fuel is something that's seen a lot of interest over the last couple of years. From my perspective, at least, there's a lot of what seems like demand, and we can get into the details of that in a little bit, but there's not a lot of production. And so we're at the very beginnings of a journey here of creating production for sustainable aviation fuel. Maybe you could talk a little bit about the challenges that are facing the production of SAF and what we can do to help overcome them.
Sure. So the context is this. So I happen to be a guy who's worked on this stuff for like decades. So my perspective obviously is different. So the first myth that's out there is these products aren't drop-in, nor they can't be produced economically. And that's just simply not true. We can make drop-in jet fuel, gasoline, and diesel fuel. It's just a question of who's going to pay for that, because they do come at a premium of cost compared to petro, whatever. But of course, you're bringing a new benefit in carbon reduction. First problem is, what's that carbon worth over what period of time? Because new capital has to be deployed in a project, and the project has to be financed. That's the number one question. The technologies already exist, they're already proven, they are drop-in for each of those areas. It's simply a question of doing it. The abundance of feedstocks is immense when one considers the value of carbon at the appropriate level. So there's things that are cheaper to take. For instance, in a plant like ours, we'll use sustainably grown corn, separate the protein and oil, take the carbohydrates. There's stuff to make high fructose corn syrup, so I may want to eat more high fructose or something. You could have that, or you can make it into jet fuel. We separate the protein. A plant like ours would make actually more protein than it would jet fuel on a tonnage basis. So it's not a food versus fuel thing. That's a fallacy argument. It's not true. It depends on who's doing what where. But in practice, it's just not true. And so you can take those things and make them economically to drop-in fuels. So it's simply a question of who pays for them, at what price, over what period of time, and finance it. The technologies exist, they work. We've been making jet fuel from carbohydrates since 2011 over here in Silsbee and supplying it to the marketplace at small scale. We have the distinction of being the third largest supplier of renewable resource-based jet fuel in the world with our 100,000 gallons per year. Okay, whoop-de-doo. And now it's getting serious. We'll build something big, because now we can start to put a price on the carbon given the value of carbon that we're seeing at the state levels, California, Minnesota, Oregon, Illinois, and then also at the federal level between the RFS and now with the IRA bill. Although I gotta say the IRA bill screwed things up because they took away a blender's tax credit and then put in something vague that needs rulemaking that's still not done, so we can't even calculate the margin of what things are worth. So that's where we're at. So it's just an area that's ripe. There aren't very many alternatives to make these drop-in fuels. SAF in particular, most people think that we're going to need energy-dense liquids that are hydrocarbons for jet for a long time to come, long haul over the road. Also, diesel fuel, we could make a massive abundance of that, and gasoline, we can do that too. We've been supplying F1 racers for years to make isooctane in particular for them.
So Pat, from your perspective, the issue in the aviation sector when it comes to SAF production is not so much technology, it's the market.
It's money. It's financing in the marketplace. And so this is the question. And this is the real question for all of us. What is that carbon abatement worth really as a society? What are we willing to pay as taxpayers and consumers? And who should pay it? This is a real question, and this is what the debate is about across the aisle, Democrats and Republicans. What is it? We all know that it's an issue to some degree, and people fight, is it the Earth is going to stop in a few years? No, I don't think so. And we need energy, for sure. And energy's good. And fossil energy is extremely beneficial. So we can't kid ourselves. We got to stop the kidding, get serious about what's it worth, and figure out how to do this transition, because it really is a transition. And we had to do it systematically. And we are complete advocates, and we find consensus on both sides of the aisle. If we measure carbon accurately, that it's renewable resource-based carbon, and you measure all the energy and inputs across the whole of the life cycle and at its final use, what happens to it, the final fate, is it burned or is it sequestered or whatever, and then you make a reward that goes with, you show the benefit to us all, transparently, openly, measured, then people can support and say, I got something for my money. And I think that's the fundamental of the game. And that's what we work on. I was in DC yesterday working on this yet again. We're getting there. We're getting there. And we're getting there. But this is what the issue lies, rather than hand-waving BS, which is what happens so much in this space. A brand says, I'm going to abate my carbon. In fact, I'm going to be net zero by whenever. Yeah, BS. They don't know how to do it. They're just trying to do a branding exercise. And so this is the problem we have. Let's solve the problems for real. It means measure stuff, report it, transparent, let it be audited, let it be open. The whole production system. Now think about a refinery. Do they want to do that? A refiner wants to lay open all their data, because that's what's going to have to happen in the future. And it should be okay, because they're going to improve it. That's okay. So that's what the future world looks like. It's very, very different. And what people forget is that we now can track carbon in the soil at a farm, and I can differentiate your field from your field. And in fact, your fields, you might have 10 of them. I can tell you which 9 ones did good, which one needs help, and we'll go help you. So that's what future world looks like. It's very, very different than what people assume. And then, it's your plant. You're going to manufacture things. You got energy. I can measure all your energy. In fact, we've already done this. We can just take it into the cloud and figure out for you what your CI score is on any given day. We have that operating in plants already, so that you can manage it to minimize and optimize your energy against CI score. Those are the things that are possible. And we put it to blockchain, so you can't mess with it. And then it makes it an audible trail. That's what the future world looks like. So it's none of this hand-waving stuff. It's actually trying to create a real, live, measurable benefit, and then get rewarded for it. And ultimately, we got to sell it to consumers, because we can't count on taxpayers to pay for this forever. Initially, sure. Here's a perspective on costs. Because the other one is, does it work? Is it drop-in? Yes. We've flown on every platform all over the world. Yes, it works. Cost. The cost of a jet fuel is within already 2x. Okay, that's what our projection is. Within 2x of Petrojet in terms of cash cost. That's pretty amazing, considering it can be carbon negative footprint. That's pretty good. That's not a bad place to start from. That's real good. And we make an enormous quantity of protein for the food chain. Okay? However, it's a new capital. So now I got to add a whole bunch of costs to it, because I got to pay off the equity and the debt. And that's what we're talking about here. The incumbent products, they're fully depreciated, fully costed out, off they go. They're working at incremental profits. So, for a lot of this, when we're working it, it's about job creation, new capital infrastructure, building of plants. But you know what? In the long run, these renewables are in the hunt competitively at pretty low oil prices, like in the $75, $85 a barrel range. That's what's potential.
So Pat, I fully agree that who pays for it is the biggest issue here in SAF right now. And so far, we seem to be trying to ask the airlines to pay for it, and they are not in a position to do that, just because they are a high emissions, low margin business. And they need to do it all as a group, or it's not going to happen. Right. Tom, if I could go to you, I'm curious. So we've been talking about alcohol to jet, and there's a few other pathways to get to jet fuel, including hydrogen. You're in the hydrogen space. Do you see a future here for hydrogen contributing to solving the airlines' problem?
Yeah, absolutely. So the main structural kind of debate for the past, 15 years in biofuels has been this kind of limitation on agricultural feedstocks and whether or not that's eventually going to stop very high blend ratios of low carbon fuels. Europe is now kind of at a 7 or 8% by volume, by energy blend into its like gasoline and diesel. The US is kind of above 10% with its ethanol and some of its biodiesel blends. The thing about e-fuels is that the idea is that you're actually going to need to get into a new kind of feedstock supply that is not necessarily limited by some of these contributing biomarkets. So it's definitely the case that hydrogen, green hydrogen, when pushed through made from an electrolyzer from renewable electricity, theoretically, renewable electricity, when you look at its growth rates, can kind of not be so much capped out on supply as we move through the next couple of decades. Some of the projections and even like PV, photovoltaic, solar installations for the past 5 years keep kind of overbeating forecasts by multiples. So you can kind of have this future where you have lots of renewable electricity that moves into a green hydrogen, and then the green hydrogen can become kind of a building block alongside of CO2 to make these advanced drop-in fuels. Our Texas facility is going to be methanol first. We think that the marine fuel shipping market is kind of like ripe for that. Maersk has actually made committed purchases of ships that can run on both methanol and bunkers fuels, and once they made that move, the entire industry, almost every other major shipper, kind of followed. So it was a nice example of kind of one drop-in infrastructure decision leading market into a kind of a drop-in fuel decision. And then when you get to SAF, it's kind of the same technology. You can take the methanol from our process, you can then further refine it into a SAF product. And then again, because of that upgrading process and the fact that you have these feedstocks that should be relatively available, it can be a big part of the SAF volumes. Because again, when you do look at like net zero targets in 2050, the volume of liquid sustainable aviation fuel required it's a big number, and so you do need like multiple options to get to that fulfillment of the regs.
So I got to comment on this. So there's a fundamental debate about this stuff because I think that direct air capture has a benefit. You got to have renewable carbon for CO2. If you take a fossil carbon and try to use that fossil carbon, you're going to burn, capture it, do the chemistries, and then make it into a fuel, and then burn it and try to convince people that that's not fossil carbon that just got held up and then released. You aren't going to win. That's not how it works for carbon accounting. It doesn't work that way. You had every biogenic carbon. So the question is where you get the biogenic carbon. This is a fundamental question. And so what happens is that a company like his can be a natural partner of mine because I have biogenic carbon available and I have hydrogen available. So it's not one or the other, it's combinations, and they come at different costs. There's a study done by Saudi Aramco that was a beautiful one. I loved it, talking about this. Germany talks about they're going to do e-fuels. Great. They need a wind farm the size of Wyoming to do it. Good for them. That sounds practical. So it's a certain situations, those technologies are beautiful. Other ones are ours. It's going to take all of them above. It's not one or the other. It's about figuring out how the puzzle pieces go together.
So one of the other areas that hydrogen seems like it has a role to play is with vehicles, right? So maybe we could talk a little bit about the challenges facing that. Ed, I think at the top mentioned about people being, like long-haul trucking, those truckers are invested in their trucks. They're not going to have an easy time just converting to hydrogen. I think there's also an element to this about a behavioral element where people want to have disruption in how things work is more difficult, and if you can make it seem like the same thing, so point up to a pump and filling with hydrogen the same way you would fill with gasoline is going to be an easier sell than doing something completely different. So Rick, maybe could you talk a little bit about what you're seeing in this area and what you think the challenges are?
Sure, absolutely. Ed made a great point about the majority of these fleets, being small to medium size. So to your point, in my role, part of what I do is I'm out there talking with fleets, with OEMs, and first out of the gate is the conversation around TCO, total cost of ownership, and everything that plays into that, the cost of hydrogen, the upfront capex of the truck, maintenance, residual value on the vehicle, lack of trucks, fueling infrastructure, having that available and reliable. So these are all things that we're working towards, through partnerships. One thing we're really proud of is just a week ago, we announced with Trillium, part of the Love's family of companies, that we would enter into an MOU to explore a nationwide hydrogen refueling network. So that was a really exciting development for us, and initial ambitions are 150 tons per day of production to support 2,000 trucks. So we want to, really signal to the market that we're taking some action, and we hear the obstacles and challenges that exist, and we're doing our part to try to solve this chicken and egg problem that exists.
So just to follow up on that, Rick, like I think back to Tesla, for example, being a first mover on EV charging networks and putting out their whole Tesla charging network. Is there anybody doing something like that in the hydrogen space? Is that on the horizon at all? Because that seems like a huge challenge.
As far as, that's actually something we've talked about with some of the OEMs, is trying to replicate something, the EV to Scale 2030, for instance, and trying to create a similar program for hydrogen. So that's absolutely something that we want to be a part of and leading.
And my understanding is that from a technological standpoint, there are challenges when it comes to hydrogen infrastructure, right? It's very difficult to store or transport. So maybe, and Tom, maybe this is for you as well. Could you address those issues and how we go about solving them? And
yeah, I think HIF's solution for storing hydrogen is to turn it into a liquid and consume it in that manner. I don't really know, like direct hydrogen, the type of storage challenges for the infrastructure of the gas itself. I know that there are like alternate routes to market, including kind of mixing with existing pipelines and that kind of thing. But it's a new infrastructure, and like everything else in the transition space, industry and in some cases economies have to decide what the route is, what that infrastructure is going to look like, and that can kind of define the fuel type. And I think hydrogen is in that basket. It kind of has to be a pre-decision to go with a route so that you then have all the structures you need to then make a market of the actual fuel. So I think it will fall into that paradigm.
okay, I want to return here a little bit to the finance question, and this is for both sustainable aviation fuel infrastructure and hydrogen and generally the way we do things in the United States. We seem rather enamored of tax credits as a vehicle to promote activity. And those have obviously worked quite well in certain areas. We've seen a lot of development in wind and solar that was driven by tax credits. Once they gave the tax credits to batteries, we've seen a real jump in battery deployment over the last 2 years. Are the tax credits that are available for your facilities driving decisions for you, and are they enabling real investment, or is there work to be done?
For us, making the hydrocarbons, this is true of whether we're making gasoline, diesel, or jet fuel, it's the same thing. There's potential, but it takes a stacking of, and we look at it this way: what's the value of sending something to California versus Illinois versus Minnesota, where all the stuff is tangible and real? And there's RFS. I like it. It's stable, man. I like stable policy that lasts a long time. And it's so confused in DC. I think it's going to be stable for a while more there. And that the IRA bill did a disservice to us. It has the right concept in that you're going to reward carbon reductions from 50 CI score and below by rewarding it on a cents per gallon basis. Right concept. But what happened is they got who's going to do what, and the IRS doesn't know how to count carbon or do models or figure this out. So now, how does that work? So what's happened is that put a freeze on us doing financings, because how? What's the margin for our product? I don't know until I know that number. I can't even calculate what it is that we have to cover for the payments. And so it is a big deal, and it does come down to this very fundamental, is that, this is what I always tell myself, because I kind of, I'm not just greenhouse gas reduction at all costs. I'm not one of those people. I like practical matters. I don't like my parents who don't fly paying for us who do. I don't like that. Okay, we have to start somewhere though and get things financed to try to start moving down this channel, because I know in the long run these products can be economical compared to oil. How do you get there from here? And there is a societal benefit. So you're hearing me rationalize it and justify it, right? But that's what it is. But how do you make that broad policy, make it stick over a long period of time? And so what the tax policies, why I like them, is because it's related to stuff you either produce or invest, and then it goes away over time. That's what should happen. That is what we need. They should not be forever things. They should not be. We do not need them. Now, This is I saw a study yesterday that said that the number one issue on the election, and I don't know if I believe this or not, but I heard it from both analysts from Democrats and Republicans, for 18 to 30-year-olds, the number one issue is climate change. All right then, there's a market developing that people should pay more for it. Will they? That's a question, we'll see. But that's what the long run has to be, or it will be. Taxes, paying for it, government, and all of us collectively doing it.
Tom, any thoughts on the tax credits for hydrogen and how they're helping you, or?
Yeah, so the IRA has given a very material tax credit for hydrogen production. It contributes north of 50% of like the production cost of hydrogen. So I mean, it's a real game changer in scale. A lot of times you hear a tax credit and it's hard to gauge whether it's really changing the structure of the market. So it's obviously very important, and it's also very interesting from a global economic development perspective, because what has happened since IRA was passed is that global developments that had been looking at e-fuels projects or green hydrogen projects, whatever the application was, have like really kind of flooded into the US looking for sites, looking for affordable renewable electricity, which ERCOT has quite a lot of in abundance. So I mean, they're important, and they're actually important global policy-wise. Just another point, though, which is kind of interesting, is that the US is quite tax credit focused. Europe goes about it quite differently when it comes to regulation. They always kind of prefer a mandated volume blend. So it's just telling a blender that you have to put so much of this type of fuel, which is low carbon, into your actual supply, which then creates kind of like markets that spot price out the right numbers to create the right facilities at the right price to get those demand levels in. So it's like two really dramatically different approaches, which is always kind of interesting to think about in biofuels, and especially as hydrogen is developing.
I think it's important to note that whereas in the past fuels and energy source drove transportation, I think it's going to be very much the reverse now. For example, ocean shipping we've already talked about, and they're determining where they want to go, and then it's going to be up to the market to catch up with them. Same's going to be true on airlines. I know Lufthansa's already heavily invested in SAF. American Airlines announced a big agreement up at DFW. But on international travel, there has to be an international agreement. I mean, you can't use something here and you get to the other end and it's not available to you. So that has to work out. But domestically, the railroads are going to be easy simply because they control their own destiny. But what I hear from the transportation industry is they're kind of afraid, and this is going to be, I'm going to show my age here. If you remember when Beta and VHS first came out, Sony kept the rights to Beta because it was the superior technology. How'd that work out for them? I just threw away all my Beta tapes not long ago when we moved. But so then VHS came in and took the whole market. So there's a feeling in the transportation world, they don't want to jump too fast one way. So I think for a while you're going to see different things. But for those who are trying to get the long haul truckers, for example, that's going to be a much harder thing because I was glad to hear Love's is involved. Yep. All those truck stops have got to agree to supply whatever the trucking industry agrees on. And that's why it's important for people to start looking at what are the potential fuels and how much of each one can you actually produce and which mode do they go. We keep talking about sustainable aviation fuel, but a lot of that could also be used as a drop-in for long-haul trucks. So what's the priority? Is it aviation? Is it long-haul trucks?
Yeah, and I have a different paradigm about it because I'm involved with, I can make either one. It's all about the price and the marketplace. And the assumption we heard here was that, agriculture and forestry can't deliver the raw materials. Not true at all. This is simply a cost question of what it's worth. It's an immense amount that can be done. And to put it in perspective, the amount of jet fuel used in the U.S. is 20 billion gallons. Guess what? If you took all the ethanol today in the U.S. and made it into jet fuel, you're done already with the jet fuel in the U.S. And that's not even trying hard. So it's a question of we can make all the diesel fuel anybody wants. The technologies already exist, and it's a drop-in. So we are big believers that and I can tell you I'm biased. I have worked on these kind of projects for years. If I want something adopted in my lifetime, it better work in the exact same systems with the exact same equipment if I want it done at really, really large scale. This is a super practical matter. That's the design criteria for success. And so we view it as, show us the money, we'll make it for you, no big deal. And that's what it comes down to. And there's tons of us who can do this. It's not just us as a company. So it's about who is going to pay for it. And it doesn't require such infrastructure changes. Now, for certain things in certain areas like electric vehicles, love them with fuel cells, and particularly in cities. It's a great application. Concentrated stuff, you can get it made hydrogen locally, solve the problems, and it solves the pollution problems. Awesome, love it. That doesn't work where I live in Colorado. We barely have electrical infrastructure. The wind blows, my electric goes out. You know, I mean, come on. Well, how's that going to get fixed anytime soon? So it's not a one-size-fits-all, and so these assumptions of it is one-size-fits-all are just wrong. It's about using and leveraging existing stuff as absolutely as much as possible. And the assumptions that people have made broadly are fundamentally wrong and flawed about what can be done. It's a cost of, at what cost of carbon or what price in the market the technologies already exist.
So, Tom, I think you mentioned the deal that Maersk announced. I'm just curious, hearing that, Maersk seems to have decided that new technology is something to put a bet on as opposed to looking for a drop-in replacement fuel when it comes to cargo shipping. And we've seen some other transactions like this where companies have converted to LNG, for example, in order to lower their environmental footprint for cargo, for marine cargo. I'm just curious what you think went into that as opposed to searching for a drop-in replacement fuel.
Yeah, so they've taken a very interesting approach. So when these big shipping container companies put in the order for the new vessel, it's dual fuel. So basically it's a capital cost increase to an existing engine that runs traditional marine fuel, bunkers or very low sulfur gas oil, fuel oil. And then the incremental capex to make that a methanol burning ship is actually not a huge percentage of the entire ship. So in a way, they've kind of given themselves a bit of a traded option to get a new fuel into the future mix, while letting them kind of keep pace with regulation and kind of blending as much as they might need on an annual basis. So it's a slightly different version of a drop-in replacement, a drop-in strategy, because it's not as committed to another full route, and you're basically able to kind of use existing technology. But methanol is like a brand new fuel. So I mean, it was still kind of a bit of a step out decision. Marine's very similar to the SAF market. So no one's going to electrify these massive tanking ships for the foreseeable future. It's too big a challenge. So everyone knew that they were in search for like a dense liquid fuel that was low carbon. And in the end, there was kind of a competition of ideas in the market prior to the shipping announcements. Ammonia has been considered, but has some safety issues. LNG has been considered, but doesn't really have the carbon intensity reductions that everyone was looking for. So in the end, everyone just kind of almost simultaneously went to methanol as a short and medium term solution, and ammonia is kind of a maybe later kind of idea.
Now, I'm assuming the opportunities for them to fuel those methanol ships are few and far between, though. So we've got a long way to go if that's going to be the solution.
Which is always the kick.
Yeah.
Or if someone wanted to pay the price, we could make. There's lots of companies who can make bunker fuel for renewables with a zero carbon footprint. So it's like I said, it's not that hard. What happens is that there's this bias: oh, you can't possibly do it because it'll involve land. We're not going to use land. So it's this bias. It's not true. And so it's a practical matter of all someone has to do is turn up with the money and value, and they'll have that too. So a combination of renewable, we can really solve the problem by taking them both.
Yeah, because that's the other point, is that these dual fuel can still blend very high percentages of biofuels into the bunker piece of it. So they have like quite a matrix of options of how they want to get to like a specific carbon cost. Yeah.
So we talked about tax credits a little bit. The other thing that drives a lot of activity in this sector is state level credits like the LCFS program in California. There's also the federal RINs that you can monetize. How much of an impact does that drive your business, and is it the right way to do things? It seems like, for example, in the SAF business, everything's headed towards California because of the LCFS markets. And in terms of a sustainability standpoint, it doesn't make sense. I mean, California has always been a leader, but wherever you use it is going to make sense from a sustainability standpoint. So why the LCFS program, and is it helpful, is the uncertainty around some of it make things difficult?
Yeah, so the California did a great job of setting up a low carbon fuel standard. They use what's called a GREET model, which is developed by Argonne National Laboratory. And there's some things I don't like about it, but the one thing they did about it is made it transparent and said, here's how you use it, here's how you count carbon, and it is what it is, and we'll update it occasionally, and it applies to everybody evenly. So that's a very fair way of doing it, even if we don't always agree with it. And it allowed them to do and say, here's the value of a carbon, and it allowed them to create a carbon market. So while carbon markets in California were in the $100 to $200 a ton, it was a pretty lucrative market. I think now it's like $75. You know what? We wouldn't ship anything to California if we were making stuff today. We wouldn't bother. We'd ship it to Illinois, who has $1.50 per gallon credit if you hit 50 CI score or below, or we send it to Minnesota, or we send it to Oregon, which is even worth more money. And you'll see that developing in other states. I don't think stuff is going to get sent to California at these low carbon prices. Now, if there are higher carbon prices, the stuff's going to California. So it's simply a matter of where do you make more money in a business sense. It doesn't have to be one place or the other. It's not predicated upon that. It's about making money. But these state programs, it's important to have them because there's no way the federal level can cover what's required to abate that carbon. That's just the reality of it. So you need both, is what it comes down to. And to put it in perspective, these in the space of hydrocarbon fuels, and this applies to diesel fuel, gasoline, and jet fuel, it's in the many dollars per gallon when you stack up all these values, and that's what could enable the capital deployment and financings. So it's like $5 a gallon-ish or more of credits available, if it's done right and you've paid attention to your carbon levels and stuff. So it's real money that's there and available, potentially. However, when you're going for financing, somebody who does debt especially goes, and what happens to those when there's a change of government and the tax value changes? And this is actually the real issue of stability, man. We need stability to get things financed and built. That's the tricky part.
Yeah, to Pat's point, these programs are important. A few years ago, it was just California we were talking about. Now you're seeing additional states potentially adopting similar programs, as well as Canada. So these programs do play into our decisions, absolutely. And so that pricing stability is necessary, especially when we're looking at, with Air Liquide, large-scale investments over a period of 20, 30 years.
Yeah, I think the transportation industry as a whole would be happy if you had an LCFS across the board, so that they didn't have to figure out California's different from Oregon, that's different from, and recently I understand New Mexico's even looking at an LCF. And so you're gonna have New Mexico and Texas side by side. One of them has an LCFS and Texas doesn't. But we're, like I said, this is a giant jigsaw puzzle, but we don't even know how the pieces are shaped yet.
Is the fact that there's uncertainty about the value of things like the LCFS credits mean that the project finance model just doesn't work for solving this problem? I mean, to Pat's point, like that, the debt is going to say, I need a consistent long-term revenue stream if you want me to give my money to you, right?
This is what we are in the midst of work. This is my life working on these kinds of financings, and it's been like a year of this so far. The IRA bill really did throw a wrench in the system because they didn't come out with the rules when they said they did. So everybody had to put pencils down waiting to see what the numbers are and how things will be done and what are the policies and calculations and stuff. So we're waiting. We're going to sell through it because these carbon reductions have to be done. The marketplace, either that or people are going to have to go back on all their promises. And we know that products like ours are in the low cost of production category, and they're the low cost of carbon abatement. We already know that. We can prove it to them. We can prove it to anyone who wants to look, and Wall Street too. So everybody gets that. It's a who's going to take what risk where? How much do the airlines bear, really? Will they all bear it? To your point you mentioned earlier, is that if anyone says, sure, I'm taking on that cost, now their ticket price goes up and the business goes to everybody else. They all know that. So how do you get, we have American in One World and Delta and the Sky team all work with us. So we're trying to bring together the consortium to take care of this problem so that it's kind of even. And we do a lot of work on the sell-through on the seat level. So we've had like 65 customers of Delta up to our plant and then taking them out to farms, educate them about agriculture and what really is done. So these are the like people from Wall Street or the big tech up, whatever. And this teaches people. And that's what's required, is to get their buy-in to pay that premium, to know that, in fact, it makes that benefit. And so it's a ton of work that has to be done, and it's non-trivial. It's about spreading that risk. This is the nut to crack. How do you spread the risk appropriately? Because there's good reward in this in the long run.
Okay, I think we're running a little over, so I'm going to call the ball here and end it. Please thank my panelists, if you would. I think this has been a great discussion.
That went quick.
Hello, everybody.
Well, thank you all for attending this 7th Baker Botts Energy Conference here. This gentleman needs no introduction to any of you. I'm Dave Satterfield, Director of the Institute. Mr. Secretary, great deal of print has been spilled and commentary made in this last week over what's happened in the House of Representatives, the continuing resolution, where particular budget items go. But I want to ask you about something I know is of keen concern to you, and it's the overarching issue of debt and the magnitude of the Treasury debt book. What is the impact of this in your professional judgment, Mr. Secretary of the Treasury, over the U.S. and its interests in the time ahead?
Well, the strength of our country, David, it rests on the strength of our economy. You know, it's amusing to me when I hear people say, where did all this inflation come from? When you spend money you don't have in the magnitude of trillions of dollars, and then you print money to cover it, that's economics 101 for inflation, right? And so I don't know where we're going to end up in this. We got to stop the spending. President Obama created something called the Simpson-Bowles Commission to deal with our fiscal deficit. And it called for Republicans to support revenue increases and Democrats to support spending reductions. That's the only solution to our fiscal problems. And if we don't solve our fiscal problems, we're no longer going to be the force for good in the world that we've been for the last 150 to 200 years. I mean, it can weaken us substantially, and I do worry a lot about it. Having said all that, I got to tell you, I'm a Republican, and that clown show in the House of Representatives really hurts me, because I was up there with wonderful leaders like Gerald Ford and Ronald Reagan and George Bush, and none of them had a Republican Congress, but they governed and they got things done. They did the people's business. We don't do that anymore. We go up there and fight, and it's really regrettable. That political dysfunction and this looming fiscal debt bomb are the two biggest problems facing America today, in my opinion.
You served during a period of partisan activity, of course. There were different political parties, different views, but there was a sense of common mission, of comity in the legislature and in the president's interaction with them. How do we get back to that? What's going to be required?
That's a $64,000 question, but you're right, quite right. As recently as when I was there, and that was only a mere 30 years ago, both Democrats and Republicans went to Washington with the objective of getting the people's business done. Today, they don't do that. I mean, we differed on what should be done substantially, and we fought over that, but we didn't fight just to be fighting. And it's really regrettable. I mean, I just think it's terrible. I certainly sympathize with some of the points that the rump group of Republicans made about let's get back to regular order, let's have appropriation bills debated and passed one by one. Now, that's really good stuff if we can do it. But I don't think you shut down the whole government to get it done. Now look, we don't have a Speaker of the House today. We can't do anything, nothing. I don't know what you're talking about here in terms of these renewable fuels and whatever legislative action needs to be taken to do something about it, but you can't get it done now. And I don't know where this is going to go. Maybe the party will get together behind one candidate and give him the sufficient support to get the job done. But what happened with McCarthy is truly regrettable, and it shouldn't have happened, and it's a sad day for America.
Mr. Secretary, taking the discussion we just had closer to interests of the group here, do you believe the impact of this dysfunctionality, of the Treasury debt book, the fiscal bomb that you described, fiscal debt bomb, will have an impact on the status of the U.S. dollar as the global reserve and pricing currency?
A lot of people are betting that it could, and as an economic matter, it certainly could if this thing persists to be as bad as it is. But I'm a former Treasury Secretary, as you pointed out, and I'm still very bullish on the American dollar, because I still look out there, and every time we have a crisis worldwide, where do people go? They go to the dollar. Why do they do that? Not so much because we're paying our bills and have wonderful fiscal policy. They do it because of our stability as a country, our political system, our rich history of accomplishment and things like that. So I don't think it's going to happen, but it's interesting to me that we now have an administration who is sitting down talking to the Saudis about negotiating some sort of an agreement between them and Israel, and one of the elements that the United States wants is for the Saudis to agree that they will continue to settle their oil sales in dollars. Well, I don't know how we got to this point. The dollar has always been the world's reserve currency for as long as I can remember, and I don't see that changing unless we can't get a handle on our political dysfunction and our fiscal dysfunction.
You referenced, Mr. Secretary, the discussions with Saudi Arabia, the deal, and one dimension of that deal. One of the prime motivations behind the deal is a concern about fencing in or denying access and presence to China. You dealt with China. Are we correctly assessing the economic challenge China poses? Are we exaggerating the extent of Chinese presence and domination, or are we right to be as concerned as we are?
No, we're right to be as concerned as we are. And I say that from years of experience at the upper levels of the United States government, having been one who fought for China's admission to the World Trade Organization. We thought that if we brought China into the community of nations, it would moderate their behavior, particularly their political behavior. Guess what? We were wrong. It didn't do that at all. And I think it's quite appropriate now for us to be strong. They understand strength, and they understand resolve, and they understand determination, but they don't understand weakness, and they don't understand anything that smacks of appeasement. So I think we're doing the right thing. And you know, I'm not a fan of the former president, Donald Trump, but I think one of the things he got right was to say, wait a minute, there are times here when China's wrong and we're right and we need to confront them. And that's the way it is now, today. I mean, I think we do need to confront them, particularly given their human rights record and some of the things they're doing in the South Pacific. their treatment of the Uyghurs in Xinjiang province and things like that, and Tibet.
One of the aspects of dealing with this ascendant would-be peer China is the clear opening embrace the administration has made towards India.
Yeah, that's right.
And building ties between East Asia, India, the Gulf, and then Europe.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about the substance behind that and the value of such policy?
I think it's a very valuable policy. I'm not sure how much it's succeeding, but I think it's well worth the effort and well worth what we're putting into it. And you know, one thing that's really interesting to me as a almost 94-year-old American, my war was the Korean War. And in the Korean War, the Koreans were evil. They were just awful. Guess who'd be the first people to fight for us if we ended up in a squabble with China? The Vietnamese. And so I think it's fine that we look to countries like Vietnam and China and India and others in the Pacific to confront China when she's wrong. And she's wrong a lot of the time. She's wrong in terms of what she's doing in the South China Sea. And she's wrong in a lot of other things too. So it's a very important relationship, as you know, David, between America and China. It is the number one, I think, foreign policy challenge our diplomats have. But I think we need to make sure they're in a position to cooperate with China where that is called for and confront them where it isn't.
And I'd add, vigorously compete everywhere.
Well, they're clearly competitors. I mean, they're not enemies yet. They may be, but they're not. I don't think you can classify them as enemies, but they're certainly strong competitors, and they don't always play by the rules.
Well, let's look at the number 2 challenge, which is Putin, his Russia, Ukraine. You know Putin, you know his predecessors, and you know Russia. And I'm not asking you to look back, but at what we face now. How do we deal with this?
Well, I think it's the same, almost the same thing as with China. We deal with it from a position of strength and determination and consistency. Strength, first of all. That's something that all dictators understand. You know, Xi Jinping in China and Vladimir Putin in Russia made this big pact. We will be together regardless. And I got to tell you, I really think Xi Jinping has got to be thinking I made a bad deal, because what Russia's done with Ukraine has weakened Russia, I think, significantly. It's weakened them economically, it's weakened them politically, diplomatically, and so I think it was a big mistake. You remember when the war first started, at least I do, where everybody said, oh my goodness, this will be over in 3 or 4 days. Right?
Yes, I do remember.
Yeah, and guess what? That's not right. Once the freedom genie's out of the bottle, people don't want to see you try to put it back in. They want freedom. And that's why our paradigm of democracy and free markets has beat every other paradigm for governance in the world. So I think that China made a bad bet, and Russia's got a lot of problems on its hands now. And again, I think the way to deal with them is through strength. We're sitting here in Baker Hall, where Vladimir Putin came. How many years ago, Ken? Not too many. 10?
2001.
2000 what?
2001.
2001. So there you are. And he gave a really good speech about cooperation between Russia and the United States. This was Putin. But now we're seeing Putin, the KGB guy, okay? And Russia no longer has many friends around the world. They got a few, maybe North Korea and China and perhaps Iran. But they're not going to go quietly into the night, and they're a very strong country. They got a lot of resources and a lot of assets. So it's not going to be an easy thing. But I think they can be beaten. What's really important here is that we not change our policy. And some of these Republicans, some of the clowns in Congress are talking about not continuing to give lethal assistance to Ukraine. That's crazy. The Ukrainians are they're fighting our fight for us. They're doing the dying instead of American men and women. And so it's ridiculous to say that because of the cost, I mean, I can think of a lot of things we could do away with before we ought to do away with that.
Two. Just a follow-up. 2 nights ago, we had the current Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, here. And I asked him a question about how far do we go in terms of trying to force Russia's hand and not allow a campaign of attrition to continue. And what Secretary Blinken said was, President Biden has 2 guiding, he called them North Stars. One was the desire to give Ukraine what it needs in order to persecute this war to a just and secure ending. The second was to avoid a direct U.S.-Russia conflict. What do you think?
I think that the Biden administration has done a remarkably good job in walking that fine line so far. And I think they would continue to do that. I mean, they're very careful about further aggressive military actions that they take. They want to make sure that we don't get involved in a war with Russia, and I would hope that they would continue that with that cautious approach. At the same time, we're giving the Ukrainians now, we're making aircraft, our top-line aircraft available, and a lot of other weapons, which is what we should be doing. And that has not driven a conflict between Russia and the United States. But Russia is not a strong country, David, and you know that. They're weak. Their economy is weak. Their military has shown its weakness in Ukraine. Now they're a little better than they've looked in Ukraine, but they're not strong.
Which is why China is the #1 challenge. Russia, in many ways, is a declining, if not dying, demographic society country. China's in a very different
and a dying threat to us as a consequence. But China's very different.
Exactly.
China's the biggest, I think, challenge to American foreign policy makers is to deal with the emergence of China as not just an economic power, but a political power and a military power as well.
Exactly.
And we have to do it and do it right.
Mr. Secretary, turning to the topic, one of the key topics of this conference, carbon. You and the late Secretary Schultz had a concept.
We did.
Carbon dividend.
It was a great
tax
idea.
and revenue. Describe how, in your view, this would work.
I will. You know, I tell people that they talk about being Secretary of State, and a lot of people come up through the academic ranks or through the Foreign Service and so forth. I came up through the political route. And I look at this conflict between Democrats and Republicans on climate change as a political problem. It is a political problem. That's why we can't get anything done about it. So George and he called me and said, I hope you'll meet with some people from the Hoover Institution that are looking at the idea of an across-the-board carbon tax. A lot of big energy producers think that's and economists think that's the most efficient way to reduce carbon. You put that tax on, it applies across the board, and then you rebate it entirely to the American people. so that everybody gets, it's a big pot of money, and everybody gets their share of it, so you can argue it's not really a tax, because you're not going to, it doesn't go to grow the government. The government doesn't grow a bit. And then they said, and also, in order to keep our industries and businesses from being at a disadvantage, we rebate that, we suspend that to countries that have a similar carbon regime, like our carbon tax. And that way you're not at a competitive disadvantage in trade. I think it's a really good idea, particularly politically. There's some support for it now on the Republican and Democratic side. I've had discussions, I'm not out there hawking it because I'm beyond that, but I've had some discussions with some very, very powerful Democrats who profess to like the idea, but when the time comes to sign up, they're not ready to sign up because they look at that pot of money and it's huge, and they think, oh, we could use this for that. So the traction has been limited, but it's a damn good idea.
And going back to your concern over the Treasury debt bomb, the fiscal debt bomb, there's got to be a resolution there as well. And you in your career have looked structurally at how you do that, and it requires most senior level bipartisan agreement. Do you see that as still possible, still achievable on that issue?
Not now. I don't. I really don't. As I said, I think President Obama had it right when he appointed the Simpson-Bowles Commission. They came in and they said, Republicans have to take more revenue increases and Democrats have to take spending cuts. But then he walked away from his own plan. I mean, he walked away from Simpson-Bowles. He didn't support it. It's that kind of procedure. That's the only way we're going to get out of this fiscal bond, as long as we have divided government. Now, sometimes we can have undivided government for an extended period of time. We might be able to get out of it then. But we didn't under 43. He had a Republican majority, I think both. I may be wrong about that, but and we didn't one other time too. But it's the one thing people fight most over when you go to Washington: spending and debt. And of course, Congress. That's Congress's area, spending. And they're good at it. They're too good at it. But anyway, I don't see it happening right now. I hate to say it. I think there's too much poison in the atmosphere. You know, this idea that the majority party, a majority of all but eight votes, can't govern because they can't elect a speaker, is really, really regrettable. And I can see the Ukrainians saying, whoa, wait a minute here. Because a lot of these Republicans are against this, or not a lot of them maybe, but a band of them are against the aid to Ukraine. And that's a big mistake, big mistake.
And with all that, Mr. Secretary, as you look back over this half century and look ahead, do you see sources of hopefulness?
See hope?
Do you see hope?
Yeah, sure. I see hope for America. We've had tougher problems than this before. Yeah, I do. I think that this country is obviously the very best country in the world. If you're Secretary of State, as I was for 4 years, you fly around to all these places in the world. Everybody wants to come to the United States. Nobody wants to leave. And everybody wants to get close to Uncle Whiskers, us. And it's very rewarding, and we need to take a lesson from it. But we've had worse things than this, David, but it's a tough problem.
Well, on those words of cautious hopefulness, Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Hopefulness, you're right about that. You're sure welcome, David. Thank you all for being here, and thanks, Baker Botts. Thank you, Baker Botts,
Thank you very much, Dan.
for sponsoring this lecture.
Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you all.